Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. Now, please join me in standing as a video plays the national anthem and remain standing where we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together.
Right there. Arm.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Okay, now is time for our moment of solemn expression. And we're led tonight by Pastor Monica Corsaro from Fairview Church. Pastor Corsaro, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is indeed not just a council meeting night, but for Christians that both Catholic and Protestant, and for our Muslim siblings, it is indeed a holy time. For Christians, it is Lent, and for Muslims, it is Ramadan. And it is a time when we remember to give up and make room so we can take on. And in both traditions, they have we have another tradition where we give. And in the Christian tradition, we're invited to tithe 10% of our income. And in Islam, folks are invited to give at the end of a year 2.5 of their earnings. So indeed, it's not just a time to remember who gives us our wealth, but that we are meant to share it. And I just want to share with you that Fairview Community Church, in fact, is taking it so seriously, we're giving a little extras to ourselves so that we will pay off our mortgage. And we're going to burn the mortgage. So I and some of my friends are going to be owners of 2.3 acres of property in Costa Mesa. So just think what one can do with property when they want to give it back. So that's what we plan to be doing, to share it, to help grow our community and to grow our community. So with that, let us pray, knowing that we are full of blessings in Costa Mesa. Loving and gracious God, because of our ancestors, we are here today in City Hall, and we at Fairview Community Church are your neighbors. And we are so proud and so glad to be able to serve with you and serve the least, the last, and the lost. And we celebrate with our people of the way, of the one. We celebrate with our Muslim siblings, and we celebrate soon in April with our Jewish siblings, to know that indeed we are all serving the same one. And may we share our blessings again and again with all who choose to make Costa Mesa home. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, let the record reflect that all city councilors present.
It will so reflect. And City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. There was direction given on all items on the closed session agenda, There was no reportable action taken. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now it's time for public comments. Everybody who speaks at public comments gets up to 3 minutes. You'll hear a sound at 2 minutes that will clue you in that you have a minute left. After a minute, your mic will be cut off. At public comments, you could talk about anything that is not on the main agenda, anything on the consent calendar, or anything that's not on the agenda. So we'll first go to the people that are in the chambers. If you're on Zoom, we'll call on you. If you want to speak and you're on the phone, push *9, and when you're prompted, push *6. Ms. Martin, you have the floor.
The two Orange County Fire Authority paramedics who resuscitated my son's heart have been heroes in my family for close to 22 years. Fast forward 20 years, Costa Mesa Fire Department paramedics were able to restart Joe's heart 3 times, once in our home during a 911 emergency, and then twice more while en route to the Hoag ER. The Costa Mesa Fire Department has touched my world and my heart. 2 weeks ago, Chief Lawrence and Deputy Chief Lapointe joined Terry Fouquet and me to hang out at our table for a bit during Tippecop night at the Claim Jumper. I told them how upset I had been after watching a westbound driver literally move into the center turn lane and race through the red light hawk signal on Wilson at Wilson Park, and then cut off a pedestrian who was almost halfway through the crosswalk. Well, hallelujah. A week later, the Costa Mesa PD Facebook page included a video clip of 2 motorcycle officers at that location, and one of them chasing after a driver who had violated the hawk signal and the speed limit. My first reaction when I saw that video was, yes, yes, yes. Well, long story short, Costa Mesa PD officers are now also touching my heart and my world. Thank you. Hats off, or as the French say, chapeau.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Ida Wolf, and I would like these passed out if I could get them, one to the City Council. Thank you very much. I've got 2 things I want to cover tonight. I am the squeaky wheel, but the city tells me that they have a lot of money, but our senior center is not a 5-star senior center. It is, our ovens aren't working. They have to turn away people because they can't heat the food. We do not have an ice machine, and I've been up here 5 times for an ice machine. Our windows are so filthy inside and out where we do current affairs. They never clean the windows. And I've got, let's see, where'd that go? Here it is. I've got a check tonight because a guy started it for $200, and if we can't get the city to do it, we're going to get donations and get ovens and get an ice machine and clean up our senior center. I'll be standing on the corners this week with signs saying, give to the senior center. Anyway, my second thing is building on our lot. And we, the concerned seniors of Costa Mesa, have signed this petition rejecting any development or reduction of usage of the parking area of Costa Mesa Senior Center. We reject the city's plan to take away the natural open parking lot, affords us, and the various ways it protects us from issues or persons that may be harmful to the senior citizens. You have the paper. You all can finish reading it, and we're going to go forward with this also. And I would like an answer back on how much you're going to fix our senior center up. It is really not even a 3-star. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have anybody over here that wishes to speak, or you want to, why don't you go, and then we'll go get Jay next?
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I am here to speak about the taco stands that are located all over Costa Mesa. As I'm sure you guys are aware, there may be 15 or more of them in just this city. The taco stands are affecting businesses, small and large, especially those that pay taxes, pay the city, and pass health inspection. I'm asking you, Mayor, to take action and remove them and have the same rules and regulations that you have implemented on these food trucks. About a year ago, code enforcement placed numerous rules on us which were followed. We have cooperated with the city, and I'm asking you to do the same with the taco stands. The taco stands by Northgate are blocking the disability wheelchair ramp. Most of them are on the sidewalk, leaving their trash and leaving oil on the ground, which is a hazard to the environment. Once they're removed, they come back 30 minutes after and start to set up again, if not the same day or the next day. They don't have the appropriate equipment for their merchandise. Their meat is transported in coolers that are left in their vans. As you can see in the first page that I believe that is in the packet, I've sent over a picture of the van. According to the police department, they can't go out and remove them, but I've had a police officer come to my business and ask if I have my permits. I'm 100% sure if I would have not shown my permits, I would have been removed from that location. Going after the taco stands once or twice a week is not enough. For example, Huntington Beach removed their taco stands in less than a month. Santa Ana doesn't permit taco stands to stand on the sidewalk anymore. This has been a problem in the city for over 2 to 3 months, and the only tactic there is right now is removing them, but they come back the next day. This is a beautiful city, and we would not like to see it turn into Santa Ana. There have been multiple complaints from different local businesses that you have received. I'm asking you to please take the appropriate action and plan to help businesses continue to grow and not be affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Jay, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. One quick item. I'm not against electric bikes. I think they're an excellent invention. Unfortunately, they're being abused and the use of them across our community because nobody is trained on how to use them with the speeds they generate. I have just witnessed 2 very close accidents where kids have jumped off of curbs in front of cars, anticipating that the car will just simply react when it might not be able to in the time frame. I would like the city to take some forward active function to, I know they've got a bike rodeo and what have you, but I'd like to see the city take some more action on electric bikes to make sure that they're enforcing the rules, but more so training the people using those bikes on what the real risks are of what they're doing so that they can in fact make decisions that will better tend to their safety, tend to our safety, and tend to their enjoyment of those electric bikes. So it's a very big concern of mine that we're going to start having accidents with electric bikes because nobody seems to be doing it. I'm watching a kid ride through Tewinkle Park at 30 miles an hour, well, 25 miles an hour, and that's in a park. So you can imagine other places like Fairview Park when they go in the back area in Fairview Park and drive where they want to. So I would appreciate the city taking whatever action they can to teach these folks how to appropriately use their equipment around our community. Thank you very much.
Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Patty Bonilla. I'm back again. I was here 2 weeks ago, but I'm actually going to speak for him as well. But I just want to say the young lady that was before me did a great job. I totally agree with everything that she did say. And I know that there were 2 days where they weren't out, but then the same thing, they come back again. And so I really don't know what measures are taking place, but I really do feel that there should be a little more measures that would be taken so that these street vendors know if they're not there legally and if they don't have the proper permits, that they really should not be there, you know? And they should show some respect for the local businesses and for the citizens as well, you know? And that's all I would have to say. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I just have three things. My name is Wendy Lees. I want to compliment you, first of all, because I think the transition to the new 311 Costa Mesa is really much better than the other. And I think you should promote it a little bit more. I use it at least once a week. When I'm walking, I see some graffiti, even just a little bit on the sidewalk. There's sometimes even on Whittier, there's a mattress or a couch, and it's really easy. I take a picture, and it's gone. You know, and so our staff does a really good job of following through, but I encourage more people to use it. Also, I wonder if we're really, maybe can check on street sweeping. I know the cars, like on 18th, are moved on Tuesday or on Monday night, but then you walk by and it doesn't look like they've been swept. So that's another thing. I'm really concerned about the senior center. A little context, when I was on the city council, a foundation ran it, a separate board. They didn't do things well, so the city took it over. And how can we not have, the things that the lady mentioned? That's not really, we shouldn't have that condition at the senior center. There was a foundation that improved things, but then we couldn't always get the improvements quickly. But the other thing, glad to see Council Member Harper here, but it would be helpful if we kind of knew the process and how he would be replaced if he continues to retire. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello. I'm here to talk about the juvenile recovery home on 250 Joanne Street in Costa Mesa. We were here 2 weeks ago talking about it, and since then there's been 3 or 4 other calls, violent calls, and the police responded. And I just want to bring it up again that the city did send code enforcement over there. We saw it once. I don't know what the response was to that, but thanks for doing that. We were told that it's probably going to have to go to the state of California to get something done, that the city's hands could only go so far. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to push that as far as we can, but it'd be nice to have a little bit of support from the city. And you guys have, but I just wanted to bring it up that there was 3 other calls again in the last 2 weeks. Each one of them was probably 2 hours long with at least 3 patrol cars there. That's just, there's better things for them to be doing than that. So just keep an eye on it. We're going to do what we can to tame it down. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it. How are we doing on Zoom, Madam Clerk? We have anybody?
Phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
So, good evening, Costa Mesa resident here. I'd stopped by the AutoZone on West 19th between Wallace and Placentia, and when I was checking out, I asked the cashier what he thought of the new 19th Street, and he laughed and said, "Oh, it's really stupid." And he pointed out that he lives behind the McDonald's, just a bit down the street off of 19th Street, and he mentioned that there's a lot more traffic on his street because people don't want to wait in line for traffic that never existed until the city council ruined 19th Street. I've asked neighbors of mine, what do you think about 19th Street? And multiple neighbors tell me that they don't drive 19th Street anymore. They actually cut through the neighborhood that 18th Street's in. So we have a problem that you have created. You've created a problem that didn't need to be created. You created a bike lane that people don't use. I actually have pictures of people riding bikes on the sidewalk next to the bike lane. So I really would urge the city council to undo the mess that you created on West 19th Street. I see that you're considering undoing the mess that you did with the pot shop ordinance. So maybe that's a good start. We're heading in the right direction, recognizing the incompetence of the actions of this council. You know, and another thing I'd like to point out is I did a FOIA request about the permit parking enforcement. It's an incomplete request. I need to follow up with City Clerk Green again. I do need to follow up with you about the previous request, but this was incomplete. But there were some things that I was able to figure out. Again, enforcement is not happening on the weekends. For example, February, 0 tickets written on Sunday. October, 13 days out of 31, no enforcement. So you guys made us pay. This is not an opt-in thing. This is a quality of life thing. And this is not being, your end of the deal is not being fulfilled. The final thing I'd like to talk about is our city council not being honest with what they believe and who they are. You have to pay attention to what you say at meetings to learn about your true selves. And what I mean by this is we have council members who wouldn't sign their name to the Measure K ballot initiative, but they supported it. In fact, they helped write it, but they didn't want blowback during the election. We also have council members who believe that carbon is a bad gas for the environment and we need to restrict cars. The science is still out on that, you know, and the fact that you believe so wholeheartedly that it's accurate and true.
Excuse me,
and
sir.
making policy.
Your 3 minutes are up. Who's next?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comments. Now we've got council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. And so the first up from District 5 is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Great, thank you. I guess since I'm going first, I think I can be the first to say that we got confirmation that the ice machine has been ordered. I don't know if she's still here, but Senior Center is getting an ice machine. Thank you, staff, for following up on that. I do agree with the comments we've also heard about kind of desire to give a little a facelift and improve the Senior Center a bit. Maybe that's something we can consider as part of the budget process. Continue our partnership with IKEA, try to get some nice renovations to improve the first floor there. Okay. Should narrow this down a little bit. So I got to spend the past weekend with a couple council members, Councilmember Harlan and Mar, up at a conference hosted by CivicWell. And I won't share all the notes from that, but I did, one of the nice takeaways was being able to share with other cities how much good we're doing in the city. And it was nice to sort of compare that to some of the first conferences I attended where I was just learning so much. I felt like we really got to share a lot of successful work that we've been doing in this city, especially on active transportation and especially on housing. So I wanted to just thank our staff for all of the work over the last 4 years that I got to reflect on 2 7-hour trips to get to this conference. On the housing, you know, dating all the way back to the work we've done on the homeless shelter, our renter protections, our ongoing work on the affordable housing ordinance, our outdoor dining ordinance, people are really excited to hear about, our home key and jamboree projects, and of course the rezoning that we're looking forward to. So I often forget to look back at all of the work that we're doing, and it was nice to reflect and think about that. So I just wanted to thank our staff for all of that work. And just give a special shout out to Mr. Dropkin, there he is back there, for his creativity on a project, some concepts that we're working on to improve the pedestrianization of some of our smaller housing projects. So just thanks to staff, and I love to brag about Costa Mesa, and it was nice to be able to do that for 3 days straight. On the Safe Streets front, just on the way here, I saw someone biking in a bike lane, but almost get sideswiped by a vehicle drifting into that bike lane. And that's pretty much a regular occurrence that I do witness and then personally experience when I do bike around the city. We're doing a lot of good work to encourage biking. We have a lot of great projects built, designed, ready for construction. But it just reminds me that, you know, our bike lanes are still far from safe. It's scary out there being on your bike. I know it's scary out there being on your feet. And we've done a lot of good work, and it's important that we continue that and continue to do better. I think if we really are serious, and I think we are, about safety, we really want to encourage biking and walking in the city, which we say we do. I certainly do. I think we need to continue to default to protected bike lanes, really continue our improved street designs and infrastructure projects that protect people who aren't in a car, and really support strong policies that are going to keep people walking and biking safe. There was mention of the e-bike ordinance that's in development. There's a lot of good work on that. I saw an early draft and was concerned about pieces of that policy, and I'm glad that our committee members raised some of their concerns too, as people who frequently walk and bike in the city. Again, it's really, really important when we're making policies to consider the perspectives of people who are going to be impacted by those policies. So I'm happy and thankful for the work our staff and committee members are putting on that bike ordinance. It's coming, but it's going to come in a shape that makes things safer for everybody. Quick thanks to Ms. Rosales, Deputy City Manager, for her work, continuing to open access to schools as parks. Really excited about our latest accomplishment there, being able to open Victoria School. So thank you for your work and anyone who was involved in that. And then lastly, as the weather improves, I'm looking forward to some summer events that we see. Certainly there's many that the city puts on. There's a lot that our community members do put on or want to put on, and so I want to raise again the desire to have a streamlined, simplified, less expensive process for the very small local events. Neat Coffee hosts their summer movie nights. There's a new group that's doing Songs in the Canyon in Canyon Park, and there's other artists and folks who've been interested in really small events, but I think the hurdle of our application process for small events is maybe a little bit too high. So I just wanted to raise that again, and I'll be following up to hopefully get some things in place for the summer season. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Quick comments. First, on regarding the street vendors, Mr. Manager, if we can get an update on the city's efforts. I know last meeting, myself, Councilmember Harper, Member Camaros, and the mayor all wanted to know how we are enforcing our ordinance. Like I said before, I was very happy to support a street vending ordinance, but there are rules attached to it, such as having a business license, having a health permit, and not blocking the right of way. So we welcome all businesses that follow the rules in Costa Mesa. We don't want to see everyone blocking the sidewalk, let alone spilling oil. So I want to see an update on that. And finally, Mr. Mayor, if we can just adjourn the meeting in honor of Officers Dave Ketchum and Officers Mike Leibolt, who are two officers who passed away in line of duty in March 10, 1987, as well as for Mr. Wee Pham, who passed away on March 17th, 2011 here in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Absolutely, we will adjourn for Wee Pham and Dave Ketchum and Mike Leibolt. And so next up from District 2 is Councilmember Lauren Gamaros.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I just have a few things. I'm going to be pretty brief this evening. I know we have a lot on our agenda tonight, but I want to thank staff. Recently, we've had some inquiries about the dog park and the utilization of the dog park and stuff like that. So I reached out and I sat down with Alma and Monique and the city manager, and we talked about what sorts of immediate measures that we could take to try and mitigate some of the things that are going on, and some short-term goals and some long-term goals with the dog park. So I just want to talk about the short-term goals that have been actually met. One of them was to get some new park benches out there. So if you go to the dog park and you go to visit, there's brand new dog park benches out there for you to rest on, which is really nice. And then the other thing is we used to close the dog park one day a week. The intent was so that we could landscape and then give the field that the dogs run around in a rest. And I was inquiring as if maybe we could open it towards the back side of the day to let those that want to let their dogs run around just go and play, and would 3 or 4 hours a week really have a hard impact. And we decided that it would be okay, kind of as a pilot program, to let this go move forward. So if you want to go and use the dog park on Wednesdays now, the backside of the day, I believe 3 or 4 p.m., I think it's 3 p.m., you can go. It's going to be open, and you'll be able to run your dogs around and meet new people. The other thing I want to speak about is I do agree with a couple of the constituents about the street vendors. We do need to look into that. That's something that is been talked about. I've already reached out and spoke with both of our chiefs, the assistant chief and the chief, about what we can do to just address what's going on with that. So that's in the works. We're not just turning a blind eye to it. And then the last thing I want to speak about is the helicopter pilots that passed away. Mike Leibold, I knew Mike. I grew up with Katie and Dave. Those are his children when we were young. And Mike used to come and shine the light in our backyard. We'd wave to him when we were little kids. And he actually would land the helicopter at Bear Street Elementary, and Santa Claus would come running out. Can you imagine landing a helicopter now at an elementary school with a Santa? That probably wouldn't go over so well. But just to give you an idea of how long ago this was, it was an old helicopter like the one that you see in that old movie MASH. It had a big glass bubble, and it was this steel tube frame thing. And anyhow, I do know them, and my heart goes out. I remember that very clearly when it happened. So I do appreciate us adjourning the meeting. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now from District 1, Councilmember Don Harper.
Good evening. I'd like to be connected to Ida Wolf. I want to talk to her. I'm concerned when a senior citizen has to come down here and I've got a problem. So there's some communication, and I'm trying to be fair. If we failed to communicate with them what's going on, have we been late? Are there other things in the senior center that should be addressed? I know what happens. She's been here twice, and so I just kind of want to look out for our seniors. I think that taco stands are, bad optics for the city, and if they're not pulling the same permits and following the same regulations of other taco other vendors, I'd like to see that cleaned up as soon as possible, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harper. And I just texted you Ida's contact information. So next from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For staff, could I get an update on the 250 Joanne Street property? I think I mentioned during the last council meeting that one of those youth homes is somewhere I had visited on my last police ride along, and it turns out there were some county issues. I think the gentleman alluded to a state license, so I'd just like to understand what's going on there. Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds, for mentioning the conference and how positive that was. I think my favorite session was related to climate resilience and emergency planning, and this notion that the planning we do now will serve us, whether it's flooding on the west side or whether it's the big earthquake finally hits or whether it's the long, slow slide of increased heat that affects seniors, that there's just there's so much we need to be aware of and ready for, and a lot of that is just having our plans in place early so that we're not surprised by anything. So the example that came to mind that I'd appreciate if staff followed up on is we did a really good job at the beginning of the pandemic pooling all of our contact information and making sure that we sort of had a phone tree for which council members could reach out to which agencies. I think there was a book at one point of all of this contact information. It's been a couple of years. I'm hoping we can refresh that. I also don't think I've met our new emergency manager, so would love to follow up on some of those things there. Those were my big takeaways from that conference. I'm glad we're talking about cannabis tonight. I'm glad we have inclusionary housing on the next agenda. And maybe this is something we'll talk about at our strategic planning session, but I think kind of the next planning item that I'd like to look at and agendize is looking at our commercial zone parking requirements. This is something that sort of aspirationally we've talked about for a little while, but I'll be honest, I'm running out of time up here on council, and so I'd like to be able to get something done while I'm still elected. And then last but not least, Chief Lawrence, I hate to drag you up here, but I've been getting a lot of worried phone calls about some of the events in Mesa Del Mar recently. The mayor and I are meeting with the chief on Friday and making sure that we're talking through everything that we can think of from a brainstorming perspective to make sure that we're doing outreach properly with the community. But, there has been a couple of sort of high-profile crimes in the neighborhood. I was just wondering if you could speak to kind of your assessment of those, whether that's a trend and how people should be thinking about them.
Sure. Thank you for inviting me to make a few comments. And those are tragic incidents. They concern me. They concern the community. But the reality is, and this is a really a great message I want people to take away, Costa Mesa is and remains a very safe city. Our overall crime rate last year was lower than the year prior, and we've done a lot of proactive things in our community to reduce crime. In those particular cases, I'm proud of our police department. Our men and women worked around the clock to not only identify suspects and solve those crimes, but they had all the suspects in custody within 48 hours, which is pretty remarkable. So working with our community, thank you for the council for the technology we've been using, our automated license plate readers, for example. We've recovered over 80 stolen vehicles over the last year in Costa Mesa. And those are, you can't really predict what crime those people were coming into town to commit, but we stopped them because of those programs, that technology, and prevented a lot more crime from occurring. So things are good. We're doing a lot of work, and we're certainly looking forward to that meeting with you. There's a lot more of ideas we can come up with, but I'm happy to say that Costa Mesa is a safe city and that we solve those crimes rapidly.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate that. And I'll certainly report out anything else after our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to report that Mayor Stevens and Councilmember Gameros and I attended the opening of Costa Mesa Pony Little League. I think it was 2 Saturdays ago. Great spring day event. We also got to honor again the world champion team. So great stuff happening springtime here with sports in our city. Did want to comment too, I definitely enjoyed my time with my colleagues at our conference. My takeaway, and certainly I did speak to others about the great work that we've been doing here. And Councilmember Reynolds, you're right, it's a good opportunity to kind of go back and think about all that we do. Sometimes it's hard because everything seems right in front of us. And it's good to take that historical perspective. My takeaway, however, was really being able to learn from other folks around the state about how they address problems. And there was a pretty wide variety and diversity of cities and towns represented from all over the state. We talked about housing, transportation, climate, energy. It's just a good way to be able to look at from a different perspective what you're trying to do here, whether it's cannabis or affordable housing. There's a lot to learn from folks around the state. And then lastly, since Councilmember Reynolds had mentioned it, if we can get an update on the status of that e-bike ordinance. I know I'm very interested. I field a lot of calls from folks in the east side. We're very concerned about safety, especially since a lot of kids are using it as primary transportation to schools, and we want to make sure that they arrive and get home safely.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Also, for my part, I just have a few things to talk about. I'll go quickly. I did really enjoy going a couple of Saturdays ago to the Equestrian Center over at the fairgrounds. I'm very pleased that that's going to stay an equestrian center. I ran across a rather amorous horse that I had an encounter with. Some of you may have seen that on my Facebook page. But anyhow, it was super fun, and that's gonna be even made more public, and so thank you to the Fair Board, and thank you to Michelle Richards for doing that, and all the people who do the great work over there at the Equestrian Center. It was my first time there, so I'm glad I went. I was very pleased and honored to present the Woman of the Year for the Assembly District 73 was provided by Cotty Petrie Norris, who does this every year. And the recipient from Costa Mesa was our Deputy Chief, Joyce LaPointe. And so she had a great turnout, a real entourage, if you will. We had a lot of people from the PD, a lot of people from city staff, people from Montana Street or Avenue up in the state streets that came and supported Joyce, Deputy Chief LaPointe, and I really appreciate that Assemblymember Petrie Norris is so generous, and she lets us at the city level participate and really do it right. I'm having a thing. We're going to give this a try. It's called the Multi-Mayor Happy Hour. You know, maybe if you guys don't even know about this, but it was announced yesterday on Poor Man's morning show. So Will O'Neill and I are going to have 2 happy hours. The first one is going to be next Thursday. Will O'Neill is the mayor of Newport Beach. We're going to have one in Costa Mesa and one in Newport Beach. The first one is going to be from 5 to 7 on the 27th of March. 28th of March. I misspoke. It's on Thursday at Country Club Restaurant. The next one's going to be in Newport Beach on May 2nd at Muldoon's. And these aren't city events. They're kind of like borderline bootleg events, but everybody's welcome, and it's going to be a great time. I went and presented a certificate at Shen Yun. It's kind of an interesting thing to do, cultural experience over at the Performing Arts Center, so that was nice. Let's see. E-bikes. Thank you very much to there is progress on that. So Captain Watkins is working on that. Brett Atencio Thomas from Public Works is collaborating with Captain Watkins. They're taking the lead, and it was presented to, the e-bike ordinance was presented to the Active Transportation Committee. And I received the draft that went to the Active Transportation Committee. We're going to kind of collaborate, take their information in. I've been talking to Councilmember Reynolds about it, and it will be coming forward. So everybody be a little bit patient. It's a serious situation, though, and we need to get this up before council as soon as possible. I can read my own writing. Okay. I'm not going to talk about that. So the taco stands, yes, I second everybody. I have been getting comments not just from people within the city of Costa Mesa, but also some comments from people on the borders, including council members on the borders who say that folks in Santa Ana are, are taking issue with what's happening with our taco stands on the border of Costa Mesa and Santa Ana. So it's an issue that we need to look into. Just to report what the rules are, I think from my ask on this is if we could have an agenda report, and that way we can have that public, have that go to council, see where we're at, and see if we need to make any adjustments. I'm not sure we do, but it will start with a nice agenda report. So that's all I have. Now we'll go to the city manager report, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just a couple of updates. First, I wanted to give the good news that at this point, we have been able to house 329 people that have come through our homeless shelter, or we were able to actually access permanent housing for them from our street outreach teams. That is since April of 2019 through last month. And so at this point, we have actually helped 329 people secure housing, get their lives back on track. So we're very excited to report that. Many thanks to our neighborhood improvement manager, Nate Robbins, and our outreach team, John Began, as well, for their continuing work with the volunteers and nonprofit community, especially Trellis, who's been a great partner in these efforts and has been helping us to address homelessness in our community. And so really glad that we're able to see some successes there. Consistent with our homelessness prevention and housing efforts, we wanted to announce our next Fair Housing Workshop. There will be another Fair Housing Foundation workshop this Wednesday, March 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. That's tomorrow night in the community room at City Hall for members of the Spanish-speaking community. This is a great opportunity for residents who aren't already familiar with fair housing requirements to learn about available services and protections. It's also a good refresher for residents who were introduced to fair housing information at one of our previous workshops. We've had a number of these workshops. We're probably up to about the 7th or 8th workshop at this point. And the Fair Housing Foundation conducts at least 2 in-person workshops per year in Costa Mesa. And for more information, visit the Fair Housing Foundation website at fhfca.org. That's fhfca.org. Also wanted everyone to save the date. Our popular Earth Day Festival returns to City Hall on Saturday, April 20th. Join us for a day of fun activities and sustainable education. Bring your families. Keep checking our social media and city website for updates on the festivities being planned for Earth Day. And then just to follow up on some of the comments on the day as tonight, we will absolutely bring back a report on our enforcement efforts related to street vendors. I know that as recently as Friday, we did do a sweep and actually were able to confiscate equipment, food from several illegal street vendors. We'll continue those efforts. We can do them in tandem with Orange County health inspectors, but we can also do them independently. If someone doesn't have a business license, we don't need to have an Orange County health inspector with us. If a vendor doesn't have a legitimate business license with the city, that's also a basis for us to shut them down. But we will bring back additional information. Sometimes the teams are code enforcement in the county. Sometimes our police officers also assist with those efforts. And so we're taking it very seriously. Our code enforcement officers are out there proactively looking to see if there are illegal street vendors. And then also some of the activity is complaint-based when we get calls. And so we absolutely concur with our residents and our business owners that only licensed street vendors should be offering their services, and we're very much committed to continuing to enforce that. We'll bring back additional information. Regarding the 250 Joanne Street property, we'll get back to you on that, Councilmember Marr. And I also wanted to mention that as we talk about the budget process and our capital improvement program, we can discuss some of the issues that have been raised around the senior center. Just wanted to remind the council and the community that we did create a brand new position in the Department of Public Works, a deputy director for Public Works that is specifically tasked with making sure that city facilities are being adequately maintained, that we're preserving these assets. And we were able to bring back Patrick Bauer, who was with the city before, and so we're really excited to have him back. And so he's started the job, and we'll be looking at all of our city facilities to make sure that they're still adequate, that they're modernized and good for the community and good for our employees as they're being utilized. And Mayor, you responded to the e-bike ordinance, and so yes, we'll be bringing that back most likely in May. And we'll also follow up on the emergency services handbook, also introduce Delcy, our new emergency manager. We're really excited to have her and her expertise here at the city, and maybe even probably schedule another tabletop for council for emergency management purposes. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. City Attorney Hall Barlow.
Thank
Do
you,
you have a
Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report this evening.
All right. Going to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is considered routine. All matters are considered routine and will be voted in one vote unless the items are pulled by a staff member or a city council member or member of the public. Madam Clerk, has anybody pulled any items?
Yes, member of the public has pulled item 5.
Okay, can I get a motion on the balance?
Move the balance.
Moved by Chavez, a second by Harlan. Call for the question. Okay.
Councilmember Chavez and Mayor Stevens.
Oh,
Motion carries 7-0.
all right, thank you. Number 5, is it?
Yes.
Okay, please read the title.
Thank you. Award of the Adams Avenue Improvement Project, City Project Number 23-07, and finding of California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption.
Okay, before this is moved by, pulled by a member of the public. We're going to open up public comment, but before we do, thank you. I'm so glad that this is moving forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Open up public comment.
Good evening again, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. As you, I am very thankful that the city is moving forward on the Adams Avenue rehab. I only have one question about it because I know that we're also working to underground all the utilities on Adams Avenue, and I would hate that the city would double spend on the, first make the road perfect, which we all look forward to, and I'd rather have that sooner than later, but also then have to tear up a big chunk of it to underground. And I'm just curious about if that is being coordinated effectively for you guys. I'd hate to spend extra money when we don't have to. I do understand sometimes timing and what have you and planning processes do extend time frames to be able to do things. But I just wanted to bring that point up because I know we're moving forward on the undergrounding too, and I'd like to make sure that that's worked into the whole system. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's a good time to have this thing done. Time to do it.
Yeah, good. That's a reasonable point. Raja, do you want to say a few words?
We have someone on Zoom too, please.
Someone on Zoom? I'm sorry. Yes.
Kiana, please.
Kiana, you have the floor.
Hi, I apologize. Earlier, I had a little one who was crying in the background, and I wasn't able to make a comment. And I just wanted to reiterate my concerns about the rite of passage home on Joanne Street. I live down the street from them, and there have been many incidents. There has been children out in front of my home who've been being tackled by adults, and they're throwing our garbage cans on the street, which I have videos of. And there have been incidents when I've walked by of the kids coming up to us, and I'm not feeling safe when I walk my little one. And there's been a pattern over the last few months of issues and concerns in our neighborhood that make us not feel safe walking by there. There have been incidents where there has been property damage to vehicles, and I just want to reiterate my concerns. And I recognize that as a whole, I think that they're trying to do a good thing for children that need it, and I respect that. But at the same time, there's a demonstrated history of not being able to do so in a safe and secure manner. And the fact that they exist in a neighborhood needs to be taken into account. They've had multiple opportunities. We've raised our concerns, and they've demonstrated that they're not able to contain these kids and operate this home in a safe manner that considers their neighbors. So I would ask that you guys please consider in any way that you can helping to assist us in addressing these concerns.
Thank you.
No further.
Nobody, a closed public comment. Do you have a response to Jay's?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to present this one briefly. So Adams Avenue, as you know, is in need of rehabilitation. And the undergrounding project is going to be focused mostly on the sidewalk areas. And it's going to take about 2 to 3 years for that project to be completed. And if we wait further to address the rehab, we feel that the cost of the project will be much more, significantly more, because the road is getting worse. So we want to take care of it now, and I think that what we have to do when the undergrounding is done is going to be very minimal, and it's more focused on median improvements, moving the curbs. So it's a different type of project that will happen, but it won't be a waste to do this project at this time.
Thank you. Okay, motion by the mayor. Does anybody second? Motion to approve. Yeah. Call for the question.
Motion
Okay.
carries 7-0.
7-0, good. So let's, we have to adjourn for, I think, 5 minutes or something like that. Yeah, 6 minutes. We'll reconvene at 7 for the public hearing. Okay. So it's 7 o'clock, and for everybody's information, I think if I wasn't clear about why we took a break, all of our public hearing items have to start no earlier than 7 o'clock. Frequently, they start later. Some have to start right at 7, but it's a luxury indeed to take a 7-minute break because we've moved through our other items before our public hearing item. But now, as I've kind of talked a little bit here and tried to kill some time so our city clerk can get in her position, and I think she's ready to read the title. So at 7 o'clock, read the title, please, city clerk.
Thank you. This is City Council, first reading of ordinances to amend Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development, and Title 9, Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to modify the city's retail cannabis provisions and find this project to be categorically exempt from CEQA. Presentation by Ms. Halligan, Senior Planner.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Halligan, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. The item before you is the Planning Commission's response to council direction regarding the city's retail cannabis ordinances. In 2020, Costa Mesa voters approved Measure Q, the Costa Mesa Retail Cannabis Tax and Regulation Measure. In June 2021, the City Council adopted ordinances to amend Title 13 and Title 9 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. Since June 2022, the city has approved 22 conditional use permits for cannabis retail storefronts. On September 5th, 2023, the City Council directed the Planning Commission to consider and make recommendations regarding 8 topic areas of the retail cannabis provisions. In November, the Planning Commission discussed potential modifications to separation requirements and establishing a cap. In December, the Planning Commission discussed the remaining topics and directed staff to prepare amendments to 6 of the 8 topics. In January of this year, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend that the City Council give first reading to the proposed amendments. The 8 topic areas are summarized as follows: increasing the separation between cannabis storefronts and youth centers from 600 feet to 1,000 feet, establishing a minimum separation between cannabis storefronts and property zoned for residential use, establishing a minimum separation between storefronts, establishing a maximum number of storefronts, allowing the word cannabis on storefront signage, further limiting advertising and marketing to youth, strengthening labor peace agreement requirements, and providing notification and relocation assistance. The Planning Commission did not recommend amendments for the last 2 topics, labor peace agreements and relocation assistance. The Planning Commission recommended the following amendments to separation requirements for cannabis storefronts: increasing the minimum separation between cannabis storefronts and youth centers from 600 feet to 1,000 feet. The proposed increase would not impact any storefront application nor any that has been approved or is in the review process. Establishing a minimum 100-foot separation between cannabis storefronts and properties zoned for residential use. 5 of the approved CUPs are located within 100 feet of a residential zone. 3 of the 13 applications in the CUP queue and the CBP process are also within 100 feet of a residential zone. 6 of the 17 pre-applications are within the proposed separation as well. The Planning Commission has also recommended a minimum separation between storefronts of 500 feet. 10 of the 22 approved cannabis storefronts location are within 500 feet of another approved location. 23 of the 30 pending cannabis storefront applications are within the proposed separation of another application. When discussing proposed separations, keep in mind that some storefront locations would not meet the new separation requirements and therefore, if approved, would become legal nonconforming. At what point in the process would the proposed new separation requirements apply? This is something to consider. The Planning Commission has also recommended limiting the number of storefronts. As proposed, the city would approve 30 cannabis storefront CUPs, then suspend processing until a time at which there are fewer than 15 storefronts in the city. As recommended, once the total number of existing CUPs for cannabis storefronts falls below 15, the city would then consider approving additional cannabis storefronts not to exceed a total of 15. To date, 22 CUPs have been approved, so as proposed, 8 more approvals would be possible under the amendment. Again, the city has approved 22 CUPs for cannabis storefronts. 10 of those have obtained a CBP and are open or allowed to open. The remaining 12 approved CUPs are either under construction or in the building permit process. There are 9 applications in the CUP queue. There are 4 applications in the CBP phase, and there are 17 pre-applications and waitlisted applications. Regarding signage, the Planning Commission determined that rather than allowing the word cannabis on storefront signs, they would recommend allowing the word cannabis to be more visible on a notice that is posted at storefront entrances. The existing requirements for cannabis in Title IX already require a notice prohibiting consumption. The Planning Commission directed staff to draft an amendment to clarify that the notice would be required to be up to 12 inches by 18 inches in size, indicating that smoking, ingesting, or otherwise consuming cannabis is prohibited, and the word cannabis could be allowed 2 times. The letter height in the notice would be limited to up to 1 inch in size, and the notice lettering shall be the same font and color throughout. The Planning Commission also directed staff to add requirements restricting the depiction of youth in cannabis advertisement and marketing. The first sentence rephrases state law for emphasis. Cannabis business advertising and/or marketing materials in the city shall not encourage persons under 21 years of age to consume cannabis or cannabis products. The second is specific to Costa Mesa. Shall not depict and/or suggest in any way the consumption of cannabis or cannabis products. Members of the local cannabis industry have requested that the City Council also reconsider the fees for employee background checks and identification badges. Our Finance Director, Carol Molina, is here to discuss the fee.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I just wanted to provide you a bit of a background on what it takes to provide any type of a city fee. In this case, the cannabis fees, the city hired at ClearSource in 2021, Terry Madsen, to prepare their cost recovery and fee development expertise. They went through an extensive cost recovery review process with city staff to provide their recommendation of a fee that would provide full cost recovery. After the review, ClearSource member Terry Madsen and staff met with the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee to review the results of the cannabis fees and get their feedback. On June 1st, 2021, a detailed presentation was presented to the City Council. At such date, those fees were then adopted. Also, I would like to provide you with the fact that the methodology for cost recovery is dictated by our federal government, the Office of Management and Budget, A87 circular letter. In this letter, it specifies that certain city fees are not, essentially a city is not allowed to make a profit. At this time, I will turn over the presentation to Terry Madsen so he can provide his detail on how he did his cannabis fee analysis. Terry?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this topic. As mentioned, our firm helped the city as it updated several cannabis-related fees over a couple years back. These are service-based fees, so a primary driver of the fee is this underlying idea of the cost of providing service, either from your own in-house staff or from contract service providers. So I'll just, I'm happy to briefly share my presentation, but I think the screen sharing is closed, so I can just walk you through it. Oh, there you go. So the idea here is that we identify an hourly rate for service, and we call this a fully burdened hourly rate. It includes What we would typically think of is like our wages, salaries, benefit costs. It also includes the share of services, supplies, and the citywide overhead support that helps us perform those outward facing services to the community. And then secondarily, we think about time. In California, the way the California Constitution reads and the California Government Code help us understand how to establish fees and calculate cost of service is this idea of estimated and reasonable cost of service. And so when we think about time, we work with staff to figure out what is the estimated amount of time it would typically take you to perform a service. We ask them not to think about the best case scenario or the worst case scenario, but to think about 6 out of 10 times, what might I expect helping someone get in the door, through the process, and out the door in terms, including multiple rounds of review, refinement, those kind of things. So that helps inform our cost of service. Next slide. Once we know the cost of service, that helps us understand what is our legal ceiling. As Ms. Molina mentioned, we don't want to set a fee that it exceeds the city's cost of service. But if we identify a cost of service, let's say we identify a cost of service of $500, the city can choose to recover less than $500. But what we want to make sure is that we realize the cost to the city is $500. So if I recover, let's say $250 from the applicant, the receiver of service, the other $250 is paid from some other city revenue source. And in most cases, that'd be the city's general fund. So we would say you receive partial cost recovery. When you choose to recover less than your full cost of service, we call that partial cost recovery. The cost still exists. It's just borne by multiple parties, the receiver of service, and then the other residents and businesses of Costa Mesa, typically through tax dollars, like the general fund resources. Thank you. So if staff has any questions, I'm happy to participate and provide any sort of institutional knowledge that would be helpful to you.
Thank you. Next, we're now on to next steps. Go ahead.
So in summary, City Council directed the Planning Commission to consider recommending amendments in 8 key areas. The Planning Commission recommended amendments to 6 of those areas. The cannabis industry has also requested more certainty regarding the status and future processing of all phases of retail storefront applications. And at this time, 30 storefront applications remain in various stages of the process. City Council direction is requested regarding the following: separation from youth centers, residential zones, and other cannabis storefronts, and when those separations would apply; limiting the number of cannabis storefronts; cannabis signage, also known as entrance notices here; restricting advertising and marketing to youth; and potentially changing labor peace agreements and relocation noticing and assistance. Or should the city continue to operate under the existing retail cannabis program? Staff recommends the City Council find that the project is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3 General Rule, and introduced for first reading by title only, Ordinance Number 2024-XX, amending Title 13, and Ordinance Number 2024-XX, amending Title 9 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code regarding cannabis. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, staff. Council, any questions of staff before we open it up to public comment? Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Harper, and we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
Yeah, this is a math question. And I added up, there's 52 in process, shops in process, and 40 or 33 wouldn't qualify because of the 500-foot present separation, and then 14 wouldn't qualify because of the 100-foot separation. Is there a crossover? What's the total out of the 52 that if you applied those two rules, how many would still exist? Is that a fair question?
So our GIS analysis to date has been preliminary, but I believe that actually we'd be looking at one, if not perhaps two.
So the 14, did I ask a good question? The 14 that wouldn't fit the 100-foot separation between residential, is there any crossover between that and the 33 that didn't meet the 500 separation between storefronts?
Councilmember Harper, when applying both the 500-foot separation and 100-foot separation, there are numerous storefronts that would be impacted by both.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, by both. So that's what I agreed. Okay, so we didn't know you just don't know how many. It's okay if you say you didn't know. So I'm looking for, let me ask my question a different way. There's 52 in process. If I apply those two rules, how many would still survive under those rules?
So just to be clear, Councilmember Harper and Michelle can help me out with some of the numbers because we've got them in a little table.
I understand.
The 52 is the total applications, including the 22 approved, including the 9 operating. Just want to be clear that way.
I understand that.
Okay, good.
I got you. So there's 52 in the whole population that have applied under our ordinances that exist now. If we change those ordinances and suddenly magically applied them all and threw out whoever didn't meet the 500 and the 100 separation, how many would be left?
Councilmember Harper, if you applied all of the separation requirements, including those that are proposed, and they went into effect immediately, my understanding is that only one application.
Okay, when I add 33 and 14, I get 47. 52 minus 47 is 5. That's my math. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. It's just that there are interdependent things that occur when you're evaluating which of the distance requirements works when some applications don't get approved and ones do get approved. So it's hard to say, like for instance, the distance requirements.
Yeah.
Between them, the 500-foot distance.
Right.
Some applications most likely will not be approved.
Anyway, right.
So
when she says one,
answer,
she's going, there's other factors.
Right.
I'm just applying those two.
No, it's fine, I understand.
But
it's a hard number to get when you want to just have a single number that responds to everything. But you're right, it's just that it's a variable.
Yeah, I was just trying to apply those two rules and figure out what impact that. If they were approved for everything else and everything was great, there might be 5 left.
The only way that we did it was we broke it down into different separation requirements. But we do have Dan Inlows here tonight.
Yeah.
And he's got a GIS map service.
I thought it was an easy question. I'm sorry.
No, it might be easier to see it than to say it.
If I could interject just quickly, we wouldn't be able to apply those rules to all 52 because those who already have, regardless of what the Planning Commission recommended, those who already have a CUP and a CBP would be grandfathered.
Oh, I understand. Totally understand that.
Right.
Totally understand that.
So
really, my question is about if we had done that ordinance up front.
Up front, okay.
What impact does that have on the cannabis stores in totality? I'm assuming everybody tried to pick the best location, and it's just a really simple. It's a hypothetical question. I thought it was a really simple question. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Sorry.
No, so I think the reason why it's a little bit complicated is because it's kind of a if-then statement.
No, it's a hypothetical, and it's really simple. And I know that's my brain. I'm not real complicated like you guys. I'm just asking for a simple question. If we applied those rules, what would we have done? What would we have done to the cannabis industry? And does it result in only 5 cannabis stores because it just logistically makes it difficult?
Yeah. So if there was, we know for a fact that if the 100-foot was applied for the residents, Michelle has those numbers. We would have those options removed if it was applied at the beginning. In regards to what I meant by if inconditional is the 500 foot. Because it's dependent on who lands first. And so there's situations where we have a 500-foot radius that
Oh, I see.
circles 3 tenant spaces.
That's a
We have
good-
other ones that have 2. We have ones that don't
Gotcha.
circle anybody. So I could give you a guarantee that the one that only has itself
One would survive.
Would survive.
That's why it's a difficult question.
Yes.
That's a fair, I get that. Sorry, I didn't mean to take too much time. I'm good. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem had a question.
Thank you. Yes, I hope I have a simple question. I think this is for the city attorney. So in the language of the Measure Q initiative, if I remember correctly, it explicitly said any amendments required a 2/3 vote of the full city council. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, except for those which require a vote of the people. But I believe you're correct.
Okay, so for our purposes, just so everybody understands, so if everybody stays the remainder of this discussion, it would require 5 votes for any modification to pass, correct?
That is correct. The only real exception to that would be that the council can limit the total number by resolution under the terms of the existing ordinance.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, can I ask a follow-up?
Of course, yes.
So can you say more about that, city attorney? So what are we able to do via resolution versus changing the ordinance?
Ordinance requires 2 readings and a supermajority vote under the terms of the measure. The resolution does not require a supermajority vote according to the terms of the ordinance.
Understood, but why could we regulate the cap through a resolution and would not have to change the ordinance?
Because the ordinance specifically includes that already.
Okay. Is there anything else we could do through resolution that the Planning Commission has proposed? I'll keep it more narrow.
Well, let me just say that the cannabis, the Title 13 ordinance is, the zoning ordinance may be the only one that requires a Can I ask for a couple of minutes? I want to check the language.
Why don't you just get back?
Let me check the language, okay.
Do you have any other questions, Councilmember?
I do, but I can wait.
Okay. Let's go with Councilmember Gameros. and then
Okay,
did have
thank
some?
you. So I want to get back.
Councilmember Chavez next.
We'll go to the cannabis employee badge fee. I have a couple questions. I don't know who this gets directed to, so I'll just kind of generally look in front of myself here. What is the exact cost of the badge? I don't know. Is this, who should I be addressing this to?
Yeah,
I
for
don't see
staff.
anyone.
Just for staff. Everybody from the public will get, hold on one second. Everybody from the public, don't yell out. You'll get a chance to do your 3 minutes.
I know. But
So, staff, go ahead.
Yeah, currently it's $631.
Foundation.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm not sure. Did you get your answer?
631. Thank you.
631.
And how much of that 631 of that cost, it's divided up amongst a little bit for what police department costs are for fingerprinting, is that correct?
It encompasses the police department as well as development services. I can let the police department review of what exactly goes into their portion, if you would like.
No, I just want to know what the police department cost is.
Terry, do you have that breakdown?
$81 out of the 631 was linked to the police department.
$81?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever the math is there, $550 or whatever, is developmental services. Is that what you said?
Correct.
We reference it as community improvement at the time of the study.
Okay. So how is that broken down? I want to know, how do we come up with $550 for developmental service fees, which is more than, and anyone can correct me, any other city locally, which I'm being told, I haven't checked, that Santa Ana doesn't even charge anymore. So what does this mean exactly? Because I'm hearing a lot of complaints about the cost and the time it takes to get this done. So with us charging such a huge amount of money, I would expect it to have been done quicker. And I'm hearing it takes 6 weeks sometimes to get badged. So I want to understand what's going on with this.
Thank you,
A lot of money.
Councilmember Gamaris. I'll try to take a crack
Thank
at
you.
that if I can. With regards to your question, the fee is $631. And I know that we mentioned that, but there are some components of the review process in the Development Service Department that obviously take time. It takes time to review the different steps of the process. Information from the DOJ and the FBI comes in at variable times and throughout the process, and collecting the information and putting it together for fingerprinting, responding to the live scan form from the DOJ review and working with the police department. That takes time. It also takes time after the fact for reviewing rosters and checking employee records while the employees are working. We still keep an eye on those employee records. And then creating the badge and contacting the employee and having the employee pick up. It's all time that staff puts into really working through the badge issuance process. Worth mentioning is that once it goes into the DOJ and the FBI, it can be as quickly as 1 day review, or if it's a complicated review, it could be up to 2 weeks or 2 months for that matter.
Okay, so then if we're going to talk about DOJ and FBI, isn't that incorporated with the services provided by BED for $81?
Well, I mean,
PD charges $81 for fingerprint services. Do they not immediately send those to the DOJ and the FBI?
We work with them to get the forms out and bring the forms back in, and then we work with the police department to have the forms on our files, so we have it all together and ready for issuance of the badge.
Okay, I'm going to revisit this. I'm just going to kind of pause for a minute and marinate on this, but I'm going to revisit this here later. Thank you. I'm going to stop for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Guerrero, I'm going to jump off where you were continuing. Enlighten me, because I'm seeing on my notes from public comments that Santa no longer requires background checks and city badges for employees. So why, just holistically, why do we require?
According to our records, Santa Ana does require it, and on their forms, they currently do require both.
Okay. Do you know how much they cost for their fee?
It's ingested into their initial fees and their renewal fees, so it's hard to say.
So they're paying it alongside other fees?
Their fees are more than ours, though, I can tell you that.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know the exact number, sorry.
Could you elaborate on why we're doing like fingerprinting and then a separate badging? Like, why is that redundancy in place?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So I'm assuming the $81 is for the live scan, the fingerprinting. So why do we require the live scan and then require an additional FBI process? Isn't the live scan enough for a background check?
It is one and the same.
So why do we have both?
Well, the fingerprinting comes in through a different process. So it's part of the FBI live scan. You have to submit fingerprinting to have the live scan completed.
Okay. I just don't like it when Costa Mesa is more expensive than our neighboring cities. It's just my personal thing. But I have other questions to ask, so I'll move on to the land use.
And worth mentioning is that our city is a full cost recovery, where some cities are not.
Okay, I appreciate that. So let's go on hypothetical conversation here. Let's assume we're going to do a cap today. Planning Commission sent us back a proposal of 30, and then that goes down to 15 through attrition. I thought CUPs follow the land. What happens if we have a cap of, let's say, for example, 20, and we have 20 operating stores, and someone wants to open a cannabis store in an already allowed CUP designated area? What happens then?
So our provisions currently say that if the cannabis store is closed for more than 180 days, we can issue a basically going out of business determination. So after a hearing in front of the hearing officer, that can occur. And so in most situations, like you said, CUPs do run with the land, but we do have this opportunity as well. We also have the opportunity to do the same basically with the CBP.
Is this something the city is going to do proactively, or how is this process taking place, assuming a cap goes in place?
It really depends on what the policy of the council would want for that. It really comes down to, as we mentioned in the presentation, how far do we want to go?
Okay, so what you're saying, just to simplify for the public, is if a cannabis store goes out of business, if after 180 days, we have the ability to, but you don't know if you will do, to remove that CUP from the land to allow us cannabis.
If the council wishes us to be proactive about that, we could do that, or we could allow the applicant to wait longer until they could occupy the site, or until they occupy the site with another use, then that number of the cannabis item would go out.
Okay. What happens if within the 180 days, a different operator comes in?
Then we wouldn't consider that they would get a new CBP and then the application would continue.
Okay. Question on the cap while I'm on this conversation. Let's say hypothetically, council wanted to allow all CUP and all CBP applicants to go through. Would we be able to do a cap in the future, say after all CUPs that are currently in the queue have been heard in public hearing?
So Councilmember Chavez, here tonight, you've got the ability to discuss modifying what the Planning Commission has recommended. So the Planning Commission's recommended a cap of 30, regardless of their sort of location in line. But tonight you could recommend a different number or base your decision on a phase. You also have the option of later on providing a cap through a resolution that is allowed in Title IX.
Thank you. And I want to move a little bit on to the 24-hour security requirement. Could someone share to the public how much calls for service we get from these cannabis stores after they're closed? Do we see a need for 24-hour security?
Chief Lawrence might be able to respond to that, but I can account for just preliminary. It's very few. Most of the calls for service, I can go on just a little bit, are from alarm and other scenarios.
Chief Lawrence, you have the floor. Hold on 1 second, Chief. I got to turn your mic on. It's on.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and council members. The calls for service at the dispensary stores from January 1st of 2022 through March 19th of 2024 has been 48. That's industry-wide for all those that are open. Most of those calls for service are very benign, maybe false alarm calls, suspicious person walking down the street, that type of thing. However, at the Major X businesses, we have experienced burglaries during the nighttime hours, 6 to be exact. And so a concern I have is that, and I believe, the physical presence of security has probably likely deterred crime and burglaries from occurring at nighttime hours. And we've seen that in the manufacturing side of this, so it's nice to have the security there at the nighttime of the dispensaries. I suspect it's preventing some crimes from occurring.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I need to ask questions on this portion of the meeting. So just to clarify, you feel it's a better benefit to the community to have 24-hour security, and that might be deterring folks from going to these stores?
I do. I believe that every bit of crime prevention will help keep those businesses and the community safer.
Thank you, Chief. Badge security, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Marr.
City Attorney, are you ready with any thoughts?
I'm sorry, I finally found the language that I was looking for. It's a little, it's going to take a little bit of explaining. Because what the ordinance, or the ordinance that was approved by the voters, remember now we're speaking of, we have different ordinances. We have the ordinance that was part of Measure Q, that was actually approved by the voters. Before that, there was an ordinance approved by the voters for Measure X. Subsequent to the passage of Measure Q, you passed an ordinance to implement Measure Q. So the question is, what language was in the voter-approved ordinance, and what did it require or prevent you from doing? So I'm back that to there. Okay. Now what it says is, just a moment. Naturally, what I found doesn't have the text. Ah, here it is. All right. The section at issue says, future changes or amendments to this ordinance, that is the voter-approved ordinance, including any future changes or amendments to any municipal code section affected by this measure may occur in the manner set forth in government code and the city's municipal code by a 2/3 vote of the entire city council, and shall not require a vote of the people, except that any further enlargement of the areas within which retail cannabis uses may be located, any reduction in the minimum standards as set forth herein, that is, in the measure, and or any reduction in the gross receipts tax below 4% or increase above 7% shall require a vote of the people.
So can I ask a really quick question? So where do you get from that language that we can create a cap by resolution?
That was done in the implementation ordinance, and which was passed by more than a 2/3. So the language in the measure allowed you to establish a code, one or more ordinances to permit, regulate, and or impose a gross receipts tax upon storefront and non-storefront dispensaries within the city, provided that such ordinance or amendment is adopted by a 2/3 vote and meets the following minimum standards. So the minimum standards were the commercial zone only, the premises have to be, or non-storefront delivery could be also located in the green zone. Premises of retail storefront uses must be located a minimum of 1,000 feet from existing and permitted child daycare locations, K through 12 schools.
Right, but where does it say a cap?
Playgrounds.
Where does it say a cap by resolution? That's what I'm looking for.
It allowed for the city, hold on a second, to permit, regulate, or impose. So it allowed you to set the parameters of where you would have them, how many there might be, and what their requirements were, so long as it was at least as strict as what the voters voted for, and so long it was approved by a 2/3 vote.
Okay, so everything has to be approved by 2/3 vote then, right?
No.
Okay,
If an ordinance established by a 2/3 vote allows for a resolution to be passed and doesn't otherwise specify that the resolution has to be passed by a supermajority, it does not require a supermajority.
so where does it say that in the ordinance?
The ordinance simply says you may limit the number by resolution. and you pass that ordinance by a 2/3 majority.
I'm just, maybe later, just cite that and point
Okay.
us out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
No, this is what I wanted to get at. All right, I'll move on and come back to that. Ms. Halligan, I understand that the Planning Commission did not contemplate any assistance to tenants that might be displaced. Is that right?
They did consider the issue, but ultimately they determined that they were private lease agreements that would be terminated according to those agreements. And so they did not recommend amending the ordinance.
Is there any noticing requirements as it stands right now to tenants of lease spaces?
Councilmember Mar, there are not notification requirements other than the public notice that's issued before a hearing. That goes to all of the properties and tenants within 500 feet.
So is it unrealistic to think perhaps tenants should be notified when at least a cannabis business permit is being applied for, such that there might eventually be a public hearing, essentially a way of notifying them that that might be coming?
That is something that the Planning Commission discussed, if there was an opportunity to create a program in which there was a requirement, but ultimately they decided to not make the recommendation.
Okay. As it relates to the badge requirement, did I understand correctly that other cities just roll those costs into the overall application fees? They don't leave them as standalone fees? Is that what, I'm not sure, Mr. Dropkin or Ms. Halligan, if you were getting at?
We've looked at several different cities. There's a great variety. Some cities like San Diego do roll an estimate of their badge and background check fees. So, for example, San Diego has an annual fee of $20,000, and they roll an estimate. So they're not operating necessarily at a true cost recovery because they can't know exactly how many background checks will be needed. But that's the approach they've taken. Other cities have changed the way they operate and don't do a badge any longer. There's just a huge variety.
So legally, how do they avoid making it a cost recovery issue? I mean, I understood that has to be part of our practice as part of fees.
I have not read the background study for their fees, but I would expect that the city of San Diego has gone through the same legal procedures as we have to justify their fees.
Got it. So I think Councilmember Chavez asked the question, so the CUP runs with the land. However, we're actually talking about two different items here. We're talking about a conditional use permit and a cannabis business permit. Am I saying that right? License permit? Shoot.
That's correct. It's cannabis business permit.
CBP, right. So, so the cannabis business permit does not run with land, correct?
Councilmember Mar, that is correct. The cannabis business permit is a type of license that's issued to the operators after they've passed background checks, had their business plan evaluated, and their security plan evaluated, as well as the very end of the process. They've got all of those evaluations, they have their CUP, and all of their building improvements have passed inspection.
Okay. You should just leave your mic on. I'm just gonna. So is it conceivable that the moment that you stop selling cannabis for whatever reason at your store, that your CBP should cease to exist? I mean, it's not like if you shut down for whatever reason, it's not like there's a CBP that sits in a drawer for some unlimited period of time. How are we contemplating sort of I don't want to say forfeiture, but like the end of the CBP? When does it end?
Councilmember Mar, to date, our cannabis operators are required to report to finance, and Carol's department is collecting their reports. When they find delinquencies or reports of zero, they've been following up with them. We also are in discussion with the State Department of Cannabis Control, and they have let us know of suspensions and perhaps some revocations in process. And so that would be another instance in which the city would be clued in that perhaps there's a CBP that could be revoked or suspended. But in any case here in Costa Mesa, we'd have to allow the applicant the opportunity to request a hearing.
So as a matter of policy, the city council might contemplate that should a business cease to operate or change ownership, the CBP would trigger a public hearing to determine whether or not that CBP should be renewed or extended.
If I could, I just want to pipe in here. Under our provisions that CBCs are not transferable, so if, if you want to sell it, you have to get it cleared. It's also required by the state, by the way. So what they would have to do is get it cleared through the state and get it cleared through city. The new owner would have to pass all the backgrounds, apply for a new CBP. It's not transferable otherwise.
So let me just restate that back to you. So our current policy is such that a CBP cannot be transferred.
That is in our code.
However, there is no policy for if a business ceases to operate for whatever reason.
If it ceases to operate, it's going to expire. They're only for 2 years anyway. So at some point, the permit will expire. In some cases, we know that businesses have stopped operating, and we're deeming them to be basically out of business. Now, if we wanted to affirmatively take away a still existing CBP, we would give them notice and an opportunity for hearing. But if they've allowed it to expire, it's gone.
So in the case of, for whatever setback requirement, a business became legal non-conforming, would we assume that every 2 years a CBP would continue to be renewed so long as that business was operating in good standing?
I think that was what the thinking was, but obviously the council's going to have to make that decision, whether an existing CBP that met all the requirements and continues to meet the requirements can continue to get renewed pursuant to that.
Okay.
That provision.
So looking at these setbacks, I know Planning Commission made some recommendations and that staff contemplated a range of different setbacks. Can you speak more about the range to residential? I know we looked at a couple of different options there. Ms. Halligan.
Just looking for my notes.
No worries. It was somewhat undirected, so I thought I would call on you.
So initially, staff began looking at a 500-foot separation from residential because we had surveyed other cities and we found some that had like a 400-foot separation. And then we reduced that to 200 feet. And then ultimately, the Planning Commission recommended a separation of 100 feet. They were trying to establish a boundary between the storefronts and residential uses, but without creating so many legal nonconformances. Earlier today, Dan went through the process of looking at a minimum separation of 250 feet between cannabis storefronts and residential zones, and found that of the approved CUPs, 7 were outside of that 250-foot separation. Of those in the CUPQ, 3 were outside of that separation. Of the CBPs, 1, and of the pre-app and waitlisted, there were 3. So in total, there were 14 cannabis storefront proposed locations that were outside of that 250-foot separation from residential uses.
Okay. And then last question, but then maybe I'll turn it back to the city attorney. So if we're assuming, I'm struggling with all of the numbers if I'm totally honest. So let's say there's a scenario in which we decide that 250 feet from residential makes sense. I'm just going to make up numbers here. There are 7 that are within that 250 feet, and there are 5 that are not. After we were to pass that ordinance, the 7 would become legal nonconforming, and it would be council direction as to how we continue to treat them, whether we'd leave the CUP and the CBP in place, whether we would grandfather in everyone, or whether we would somehow ignore the fact that we'd pass the 250 and only apply it to future applicants. Those are kind of the options we're talking about here tonight.
Correct. Councilmember Marr, staff is looking for direction of with those separations, if you wish to pursue them, at what point in the process would those apply?
Right. Okay. And then, Mr. Mayor, this isn't a question, but just I'm hoping that when folks give comment, I'm super curious to understand whether
their concern is distance from residential or distance from each other, because we really have sort of two very different options on the table, and that understanding from the public would be helpful for my decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got some questions. First, on the badge, I think there's two things that I'm hearing from the affected people, the businesses, I guess the operators, is number one, the cost, and the other is the responsiveness. So regarding the response, which is kind of like the value, right? I mean, you know, people don't mind paying if they get value. And so I think what I'm hearing is they're paying a lot, but they have issues with the value that they're receiving. One of the things that people said is as simply as this: our badges are not good, you know. So first question is, how much do we pay for our badges? How much of this 631 is the badge itself?
So I would say it's a small portion of that fee because we have a machine that we purchased and we produce the badges ourselves.
Okay. And have you heard the same complaints that our badges are low quality?
No, I have not.
Okay, I heard that on our Zoom call. Okay, so then the other question is, do we track? So obviously there's the start of there's a start and then there's an end. The start is when somebody comes in and applies for a badge. Am I right?
Correct.
And the end is when the badge is issued and delivered to the business. Correct?
Sometimes we deliver badges when they get their CBP issued.
I know, but how? I'm not asking when you deliver, but I mean delivery would be the end of the process, right? I'm just trying to establish some bookends for purpose of further questions.
Sure.
Okay. Do we track how long it takes us, you know, by a range of time, a median or a mean, how long it takes us to get from step one to step two? Do we track that?
We have looked at those, yes.
Okay. And what are our findings?
We found that it's a wide range and it's across the board. And the reason why is because many employees go through a different DOJ process than others. Some DOJ processes call for a problem and they delay, and it delays up to from a week to 2 months sometimes. The other variable is when the applicant or the employee goes and gets their live scan. That would be their, when they go and do that. That's under their authority when they want to do it. But in generality, when there are no issues with the DOJ or in the FBI, it's usually taking about 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. Is there room for improvement in the city's processes in terms of speeding up the badge issuance?
Sure.
And how would we do that?
One of the processes that we're looking into is, and we've already started, is doing it through TESA. And we're hoping to make that a little bit better that way. But beyond that, there's always going to be some type of delay because you have interactions and different, cycles going on with regards to DOJ and fingerprinting, and they're coming in back and forth.
And you have heard about issues with the time it takes to get a badge issued?
Sure. For example, years ago when we first heard about those, it was taking a long time, and we responded to it, and now it's taking less time for sure. But there was some issues with regards to issuing badges for even the distribution sites, and we've cleaned that cycle up as well. So yeah, we've worked on the process. We continue to do so.
So cannabis applicants pay I think we've called it a $40,000 fee to get through the CUP process, correct?
They pay a $20,000 approximate fee for the CBP review, the cannabis business permit, and then a $20,000 approximately for the CUP.
Right, but to get through the whole process, $40,000.
About that.
They also pay traffic impact fees, some of them, correct?
Correct.
And are there any other fees that they pay?
Not that I know.
And they pay any other
Michelle
fees?
mentioned business license, yeah.
A business license fee, and they pay a 7% tax, correct?
Yes.
And there are no other businesses in Costa Mesa that pay a 7% tax, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And so would you say that the fact that they pay a 7% tax, unlike any other business, and they pay these other fees, the $40,000 and the traffic impact fees, would you say that that justifies not recovering full cost on the badge?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that because basically the time commitment that staff puts in for reviewing these applications when they come is extremely extensive.
Right, but it's our policy to decide whether we recover full cost, right?
Correct.
Right, we could recover none of our costs.
Correct. We have that option.
And is one factor that would be reasonable for us to consider when deciding whether to recover all of our costs, some of our costs, or none of our costs, the fact that this particular business pays a higher tax to the city than any other business in the city?
Absolutely, Mayor. The council could consider that.
Okay, thank you. And I think I've enlisted somebody to answer this question. So you're on Assistant City Manager Gallardo Daly. So what is, as a practical matter, what is the impact on the value of the business when a when a business becomes a non-conforming business? How does that affect the value of the business?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So legal non-conforming structures, uses, lots are very common in jurisdictions when zoning rules change or are updated over time in order to guide, regulate, or control development. If a use is legal non-conforming and it's allowed to continue, that additional use that's allowed in addition to all the other uses allowed under the base zone doesn't devalue the property. In my experience, if it's in a desired location, it actually has the opposite effect, and I'll give you a couple of examples. If you're in a locale that along a corridor, you've got some automotive-related businesses, and then over time, the city decides, well, we don't want automotive-related uses in this corridor. We want to turn it into a walkable main street. We're going to identify these as legal non-conforming, not allow new ones to establish. Those existing existing automotive uses can continue, and they're the only ones in that location. So it doesn't devalue the property, in my experience. Another example is a liquor store with a liquor license. Over time, a jurisdiction may determine that they don't want conditional use permits to be allowed for liquor sales in certain zones, and they change the zoning. Those businesses are allowed to continue, and they have the benefit of that additional use when other businesses do not.
So, right. So it's kind of like the Forrest Gump effect, right? Like Bubba Gump's. Remember when all the shrimp boats, you've seen Forrest Gump? When all the shrimp boats got busted up and his was the only one that survived. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, interesting. However, but then it also creates a risk, does it not, that if there was a break in usage, as we talked about, that they would lose that CUP and then it would eliminate the entitlement, correct?
That's correct.
And so as between a business that's legal and a business that's legal non-conforming, you still think that the business that's legal non-conforming is more valuable?
I don't think that's what I said. The question was whether or not there's a devaluation of the property when a business becomes legal non-conforming. The essential impact is that there's an additional use allowed on that property in addition to all the other uses allowed under that zone.
Okay. So maybe my question wasn't clear. So I have a business that's legal on one day, it's legal, and on the next day becomes legal non-conforming, okay? Are you saying that the value of the legal non-conforming business goes up, stays the same, or goes down? Or don't you know?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so I have a business that is legal on day one, but the city council then changes the laws and makes it legal non-conforming. Does that business then become more valuable, less valuable, stays the same, or do you not have enough information to answer?
In my experience, that business or that property benefits from having a use that's allowed that a neighboring property does not benefit from.
Okay. Were all of the CUP, permittees that are at risk of becoming non-conforming as a result of this hearing and a decision, were they all notified of that risk and our hearing today?
We did send out a notice to all applicants and property owners and interested parties, notifying them of today's hearing. In addition, the mayor pro tem, and Councilmember Gameros hosted a meeting where the property owners and cannabis industry permit holders and applicants were invited to participate, where we went through each of the proposed amendments that the Planning Commission recommended, and walked them through the proposed changes and invited public comment.
Okay. Well, what was the thing that you didn't do? Because I got an email that said there's something that was requested that you were not able to do. What was that?
I believe the request was to contact each of the applicants and permittees individually to have a conversation with them about the proposed regulations and how their business might be impacted.
Oh, okay. All right. When was the last time a cannabis application came before the Planning Commission?
Mayor Stevens, the last cannabis storefront CUP was presented in late December, and it was appealed to it was called up for review by the City Council. And then the next one will be presented to Planning Commission on Monday, March 25th.
Okay. We haven't talked about this yet, but on this issue of advertising and marketing to people under 21, is there a difference in the Planning Commission's recommendation for what is codified in state law?
So Mayor Stevens, there is a slight difference. The Planning Commission wanted to go a little bit above and beyond state law, and so they did that through this idea that depictions of cannabis or suggestion of cannabis use would be prohibited.
Do we have examples of that?
Mayor Stevens, I don't have a visual aid, but you can imagine advertisements in which somebody is viewed actually consuming or holding a product in a way that suggests consuming, such as a tincture entering their mouths, smoking, things like that. So those sorts of images, whether it's a person or a cartoon, another item that could be seen as ingesting or suggesting the ingestion, that would be where code enforcement would make their determination.
And that's currently permitted under state law.
Yes, so the state law specifies that the advertisements cannot be attractive to youth, but it does not specify that you prohibit a visual aid showing the depiction of use.
Are there any other jurisdictions who have enacted that?
At this time, I'm not aware, but I could go back and conduct more research.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any further questions. Let me see.
I have a quick question.
Of course, you go right ahead.
Am I good?
Yes.
So the fees we charge, the permit fees, the badge fees, they're all supposed to be commensurate with the cost impacted by the city, right? Is that kind of the theory behind all the fees we charge? Yeah.
The city has the option to have a full cost recovery fee or less than.
Understood. I know they have the option, but the intent behind the fee is to match it with the cost, right? That's what you do, right?
The way the city council approved the badge fee specifically was yes.
And the other permit fees are similar in nature that they're trying to just cover your costs, correct? It's cost recovery? I'm just trying to look for the intent.
Generally.
Intent? Okay. Now, back to the most interesting question, was this about this Forrest Gump shrimp boat. Was there a 7% tax on his shrimp boat as well? And, okay, I really do have a question there. It's a little humorous, but we charge the 7% because why? I just want you to tell me why. I know the answer. Well, but why? I mean, why? Is it punitive to cannabis? Or is it because it was a ballot measure that we committed to the public to collect that percentage? Which is it?
It was part of the ballot measure more than anything, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's all.
I have one other question. Have we done a survey of what other cities charge for their badges?
Mayor Stevens' staff has begun looking at other cities, and we've seen just a wide variety. But Costa Mesa, because we established our individual badge fee, we can see that our badge fee is higher than others. Other cities tend to make an estimate that's within a larger fee, or they've changed their procedures to do something, for example, only issuing badges for managers and not for employees, things like that.
Are there any cities that charge more than the great city of Costa Mesa?
Mayor Stevens, I have not found a city that has a badge fee for employees as high as ours. But again, I do not know the costs that are built into those broader fees.
All right, thank you. Okay, oh yeah, of course.
Sorry,
Council member.
I'm going to beat this dead horse about the badges here. Just bear with me. Okay, couple of things. So I'm being told here that Santa Ana does not require background check for employees, and that only the owners in Santa Ana have to get a badge. Can someone respond to that?
Today, I reviewed some of the forms for Santa Ana, and it did include the employees as part of their badges. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so is there a law or a rule that prevents us from following the scope of not requiring employees? Why couldn't, let me put it to you this way. If I want to go be a bartender, do I have to go through a background check?
No.
Okay. So then I guess my question is it a law or a rule that we require these steps to be gone through for the badging to work at a cannabis store?
It's a local cannabis provision.
Okay. So then the price that we charge and the time that we take to administer this badge is subjective based on a local provision. Is that correct? That we have?
Yes and no. I will mention that the state requires a badge.
Okay.
And they require certain things on that badge. We've added to that, like many other cities, the requirement for a background check to go along before issuance of the badge.
Okay, so if someone has a criminal history, would we say we're not giving you that badge?
In many situations, yes.
Is it a violent crime, a non-violent crime? They owe back child support? Tell me what would...
I'm not sure.
Okay, so then I'd like to ask would we have the ability, if someone was to apply for a badge, to give them a temporary badge immediately? If there was a fee, if we change the fee to whatever, and someone wants to bring in 3 or 4 employees, would we be able to give them a temporary badge until we can run all the stuff that we need to run so that they can work, say, for 90 days?
There wouldn't be anything that would restrict the city from issuing temporary badges.
Okay.
If I could just add to that, Our code does
Yes.
prohibit the issuance of, the employment of a person who has been convicted of a felony within the past 7 years, except those which may have been expunged under the code. So that's part of the reason for the background check and the badging, is to make sure they actually comply with the adopted code.
What happens if we accidentally employ, someone accidentally gets employed that has a felony, then what?
We would not, then they would be operating in violation of our code.
And what would happen then?
We would probably issue them a notice of violation if once we found out that the employee was unpermitted, and I would assume they would be required to terminate the employee.
Would there be a fine?
We
fine that employer?
Typically, if it was an unknown, an inadvertent, we wouldn't do that. We would simply give them a notice to comply.
Just a correction.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can get people employed, because one of the things I'm hearing is that these owners pay an exorbitant amount of money. It takes so long that the person has to wait 2 weeks, a month before they can be employed. They go work somewhere else, and then that money just goes down the drain, and then it's gone, and they can't recoup it. And it was a ghost. They basically paid $631 for a ghost. The other thing I'd like to know is, if we have an owner that owns multiple businesses, I'm going to use someone by name. I have their permission. Robert Taft owns multiple businesses in Costa Mesa. He owns 420 Central on Harbor. He owns CMX on Cadillac, and he owns the Healing Plant on Toledo. If he has an employee that he has hired to work on Toledo and they've been badged, are they able to take that badge that was issued to them on Toledo and go work at 420 Central, or do they need a separate badge? And would they need separate badges for every single store that they would work at?
We have talked about that in the past, and today they do need a separate badge.
So we were looking at over $1,800, almost $1,900 for one employee to be able to just go work at the 3 different places that.
Correct, but again, council could direct the policy difference.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor, I think I've beat this enough, but I think the chief would like to respond. So before I pass the torch, I'd love to hear what our
Chief
chief
Lawrence, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just wanted to give a little bit of context to the live scan and the backgrounds, because those do go through the police department. And of the guesstimated 660 or so applicants that we have processed, 42 have been denied. There have been an additional 4 that were revoked after they were issued as a result of fresh criminal charges. So that's a little more than 6.5% by my math of denials. So I just wanted to put that in context, because it does serve an important purpose.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, please, jump in.
Is that okay? Chief Lawrence?
Yes, you may.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I didn't get permission yet. I just want you to verbalize the intent behind the code and the background checks. I think I know, but I assume it's somewhat because of the youth involved and the black market and the taxability. Is that the intent behind the? I don't have to get a background check to do ice cream, I'm assuming, or a badge, but this is different.
Yeah, I mean, this is an industry that's emerged and the city has put in certain parameters and local ordinances in place to make sure that the business is safe, the patrons are safe, and if there's wanted felons or people with a felony, violent criminal history, we would prevent them from operating under this process.
Because versus selling ice cream, it's cannabis, so it's different, right?
Correct.
Because of why? Because you can sell it in the black market? What's the reason?
Well, I don't know the reason the council put in place when we created this ordinance, but.
Well, I understand it's a code. California set the code, and I guess I'm asking you you know more than I do, why they would have done that. I'm just trying to not guess and understand.
Well, I think we made a decision to prevent convicted felons from participating in this if they've had that within the last 7 years. I think that's what's in the ordinance.
I see. Do you think there's an increase in the black market because of the taxability of cannabis that's regulated? In other words, tax on cannabis, 65 cents per dollar, 60 cents per dollar. That's increased our black market. That's what I always hear, and I just wanted you to comment on it, Chief.
I can't speak to that, but what I can speak to is since we have regulated and put rules and processes in place, we have reduced the black market in Costa Mesa significantly
And how do you know that?
because we've had less bad operators that we've investigated.
Oh, I see black market within the context of the operators. So you've been able to control that, is what you're
Within the
saying.
city of Costa Mesa. Previously, we had discontinued about 33 bad illegal operators before
Yeah.
the ordinance, and now that we have this in place, it's reduced the number of bad actors.
So you've controlled it somehow. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Mayor?
Oh, yeah, hold on one second. Let's hear from Councilmember Reynolds.
Sorry, did someone have a follow-up on that? I heard.
No, I didn't hear anybody. You have the floor.
Okay. Chief, would you mind coming back up? Sorry. I just wanted to continue. I had one additional follow-up on the badge and background check question. I think we've heard why that was put in place, that it's, it's not something that we have in place for any business. In the businesses that we've done this for so far, have we come across anything that's kind of confirmed the value of the background check?
Well, there's been 42 denials based upon the criminal history background checks. And those are through both the California Department of Justice and the FBI.
Wow, okay. I did not expect that high a number. Give me a sense of what percentage of checks that is.
Since we were tracking last summer, it's about 660 applicants,
Okay.
42 denials, and since that, we've had 4 who actually were given a permit that were since revoked due to fresh charges. So it's a little bit more than 6.5% by my math.
Okay, and so revoked means they passed once, but on a renewal, there was some additional or new criminal activity that warranted a revocation?
Correct.
Wow, okay. So I'm assuming that you would encourage that we keep the background check as part of our process. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll let you sit down again before I call you back up again. I'm just kidding. Okay, I had a question for staff, and I apologize for not sending this question ahead of time. I'm hoping it'll be somewhat straightforward. I'm curious, we talk a lot about staffing resources and the amount of time that we're spending on any part of any process, given our ambitious schedule for planning in general. Could we maybe jump to slide 18? And I think I have a sense, but I'd like to hear for each of the sort of areas we're considering changing, whether and how those changes would, increase or decrease staff workload. And does the question make sense in general? Okay, and maybe I'll just start with my assumptions are in terms of the separation requirements, the first 3, that's not really a change in workload because we're already assessing those things. It's just a different metric we'd be assessing by. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. Maybe you can go down the list, limiting the number of cannabis storefronts. That would be something, let's say, as proposed by the Planning Commission. Is that does that make things easier? Does that sort of add administrative time?
It would give us less applications to review. So in that situation, yes.
Okay. And then how about this whole post hitting the cap process of understanding, are we at the cap or not?
It would be, and if you're referring to the Planning Commission's 1530 recommendation, it would be kind of both in the sense that it would reduce applications for review, but also it would be something that we'd have to keep track of what's going on with the 30 that do get, if they get approved, if and when. So
Okay.
there'd be a little of both in that one.
Okay, a little of both. Okay. How about the signage or entrance notice? That seems pretty straightforward.
Pretty
No
straightforward.
change there. Okay.
Not too much.
Advertising. So you described what the additional requirement would be. Is that something that we would ask to review ahead of time or sort of respond to if there is a complaint?
Councilmember Reynolds, we would address complaints, and those complaints would be sent to our Community Improvement Division and our code enforcement officers would make a determination.
Okay, so no additional time unless there was a whole bunch of infractions.
Right, we would have to wait and see what is reported, but at this time, our code enforcement officers are visiting the cannabis storefronts, and they're getting to know the operators and see the operations.
Okay, great, thank you. Labor peace agreements and relocation noticing?
So the labor peace agreements would definitely add another component for staff review. We'd have to do investigations when they submitted their applications, when they have employees of 2 or more, which require the LB labor peace agreements.
If I could add to that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
One option to avoid staff having to spend time on that, because that would, I think, be very difficult and perhaps labor intensive, would be to allow for a private right of action by employees who wanted to make sure that there was a legitimate labor peace agreement, or by a legitimate labor organization.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, I might add on to the city attorney's comments, the state requires that the LPA be also a bona fide labor peace organization already for these cannabis operations. Their thresholds are a little higher, but still, when they're in operation, they are required to meet the state cannabis provisions that basically say that if there's a complaint, they can submit it to the Agricultural Labor Relations Board, and they're the ones who review it. But from that perspective, labor peace agreements are already required by the state, and that was why the Planning Commission more or less suggested not to do anything.
Got it, thank you. And then the last one, relocation noticing?
The relocation noticing assistance would definitely add something, some work to staff resources with regards to trying to track that and really stay ahead on if these applicants are doing this or not. It's similar to other issues that we do when we're having to reach out ahead of time.
Got it, okay. Thank you, that's helpful. Could we jump to slide 11? We're going sort of back to the basics, but I didn't hear this. I'd like to just have articulated again for the sort of the level of work and how maybe fees paid and how much sort of effort we've already put into the process for each of the buckets on slide 11. High level.
Okay, very high level. So our 22 approved CUPs, they paid their $20,000 CBP fee, their $20,000 CBP fee, and they're either opened or under construction and plan check. So they're on the path to opening. Those that are in the conditional use permit in progress have also paid both of their fees, and they're in the queue to be heard by the Planning Commission. Several of them still have to update their plans, but they're getting prepared for Planning Commission. The 4 applications in the cannabis business permit phase, they've paid their initial approximate $20,000 fee. We've reviewed their business plans, their background checks, their security plans. And then those that are in the pre-application, some of them have paid the $1,500 fee, others have not, and then those in the wait list have not.
Okay, in that bucket of 4, you said they've submitted their business plans, background checks, and there was one other thing?
Yes, they've passed their background checks, and HGL and staff reviewed their security plans and their business plans.
Okay, so a
And
pretty
that
significant
process.
amount of work from them, and on our side, we've reviewed them already?
Yes, that's correct. We've reviewed all 4.
Okay, thank you. And then there was some discussion about fees earlier. All of the fees you mentioned there are these service-based fees, correct?
That is correct. They're based on the study that was mentioned from ClearSource.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Oh, we got another one.
I got one more. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Councilmember Gamero.
Something came up here when we're talking about, Mr. Drapkin, you were, you dictated to us the definition of a bona fide union under the labor peace agreement.
I did not dictate that, nor could I probably. But I
Okay.
would mention that the process for the state requirements requires that it be a bona fide.
Do we have a definition of bona fide in this case?
We do not in the cannabis ordinance.
So in my definition, I just want to bring this out here just for everyone's entertainment. It would be a union that actually provides services, in-person services to the employees, the members of whatever said type business would be. Those services could include benefits like a retirement program, medical, dental, optical, and maybe even training. If they have an apprenticeship program, they would be able to provide training for those who come in new and don't know anything about what this certain type of business may be, whether it's a cannabis business, whatever it is, a grocers union, heavy equipment operator, whatever it is that it may be. If it's bona fide, they're operating in good faith that they're going to be offering services to the employees that work there. And it's not just signing off a piece of paper and paying some money and then that's that. They actually provide services to those people in person.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's hear from the public.
Mayor.
Is this essential? Okay. Let's hear from the public. Okay. Ms. Martin, you're the leadoff hitter. You got 3 minutes.
In my crazy youth, I blew dope on a regular basis. In my crazy youth, I drove stoned. Now, at age 82, my focus is physical safety for the people around me and myself. I was permanently injured by a driver who was under the influence, who ended up crashing into the car that I was a passenger in, and I ended up with 2 broken legs, 2 leg casts, in a wheelchair for months and months. Costa Mesa, according to the Office of Transportation Safety, most recent statistics, is one of the most dangerous cities in the category of cities that range about 112,000. There are 60 such cities in California. Costa Mesa ranks at the bottom of the heap with 1,026 DUI arrests during that 1 year. We are 60th out of 60 cities that have processed DUI arrests. The total fatal crashes and injuries, Costa Mesa ranks in the top 30% with 601 victims killed or injured by drivers under the influence. I have driven stoned, and I must admit and confess on several occasions I have driven drunk. I now, as an 82-year-old senior citizen focused on active transportation, support limiting and controlling all industry, including cannabis, that contributes to injury and death. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Council members and City staff. My name is Zachary Blauvelt. I am the General Manager of High Seas Cannabis Boutique here in Costa Mesa. I wanted to speak tonight regarding the modification of the city's cannabis ordinance. First off, guys, I appreciate that all of you are asking the questions that we've been asking ourselves, and I appreciate you listening to our feedback. I want to address the reduction of the city's badge fees and the adjustment to the badging process. The exact words that were used here tonight, estimated and reasonable fee for a cost of service. Estimated and reasonable. This is not something that we've seen thus far. In fact, I can explain this process from the business side of things. The employee receives a job offer. I then submit all of their information through the city's TESA portal, and I set up for fingerprinting to come to me to fingerprint the staff immediately. We also pay for this fee for the employees. At this time, we then have to wait for a badge. As mentioned, sometimes up to 3 to 6 weeks. What does this mean? It means that essentially I have 20 new employees that I've paid over $13,000 for that I cannot use for the foreseeable future whenever I get that badge. So it is a little bit frustrating and confusing when it comes to this process, and it's not really making a lot of sense for a business that's not yet open. Secondly, I wanted to discuss the removal of the requirement for a 24-hour security guard at our business. We have been employing a security company to watch the property after hours since we are not yet open. This has seemed redundant as this has caused more issues than it has solved. Not even considering the cost, handing out keys to our building to complete strangers is honestly not my preference. I have a robust security system in place that's designed to keep unwanted people out. Security cameras, alarm system, control access doors to every room in the building. 24-hour security is overkill, in my opinion, especially with the extremely high price tag that most security companies charge. Lastly, I want to address the signage. For us, over the last few months, we have multiple people asking us, what is High Seas? What do you guys sell? Unfortunately, there isn't any clear signage that explains to the public that we are a dispensary. Our store is for adults 21 and over, and it would be my preference to let the public know that we are a dispensary for this reason. With our proximity to downtown, it's important to make this abundantly clear. In addition, our parking and driveway space is very limited, and not being able to identify our storefront as a dispensary causes unnecessary backups in the parking lot, which can be avoided with very clear signage. Appreciate your consideration. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening again. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I don't envy you guys. Had all these standards been in place before we took any applications, to your point, we may have easily as many, just in different places. They wouldn't have started bunching up. They wouldn't have started doing a whole bunch of things that drew public attention, that created the setting, that drove this process. So if all this stuff had been done in front, probably none of this stuff would be going on right now. And it's something to think about. Secondarily, don't forget about precedents. Remember, if you in fact take on part of the cost of recovering a service fee of some sort, if you make that choice, for other businesses that we take and get full recovery fee, even though it might be less, but we get full recovery fee, I'll tell you what, if I'm that business, I'm going to go ask for the same support from the city to pay for my service fees again. So keep in mind setting precedents when you in fact make your decisions today. It is important to remember that our police chief even said that we want these businesses to be safe. We want the patrons to be safe. The last time I worried about being a safe patron in a clothing store was quite a while ago. So think about the choices you're making relative to the community of Costa Mesa. Of course, I want you to be fair to the businesses in Costa Mesa, all of them. But by the same token, I want you to be sure to look at how does this impact Costa Mesa residents, how does it affect the community as a total, and how does it affect the far future of our community, not just next 15 minutes and not just the time you guys are on council, but quite honestly, for all those people that will come in the future from you guys, so they'll all have clear direction about where you think this should be going for the future for this community. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Costa Mesa mixed their cannabis tax goal for this year. Do you know what's being done to offset that gap? Not a thing. Mr. Mayor, are you aware that the city has a 60-page cannabis administrative regulations that's unpublished? And the city attorney's office is making findings saying, well, yeah,
it's implied in there. On really key things, it's going to be an issue over the next couple of weeks coming in front of you, and I believe it's material to your question on what ordinances you can modify. Please inquire about this 60-page unpublished cannabis administrative regulations. So tonight we're seeing stuff from staff. Nothing about it is positive or helpful for the industry. I sent 4 emails with well thought out conversations with the city. This whole thing on the badge thing, recognize, you should be asking yourself, why is almost every Measure X, almost every Measure Q, why is the UFCW supporting this? And what you get from staff is a justification of the fee, right? You're getting bad facts. Santa Ana does not charge anymore. They don't require background checks. What if I told you the $631 doesn't even include the background check fee? It's anywhere from $100 to $150. What if I told you the city-issued badge is not state compliant? There's a solution. Just outsource it to HDL. They can do everything, including the background check, issue a state-compliant badge for $300. It's off everybody's desk. It's out. We can move on to other things. The word cannabis, come on. We already have cannabis worded in an inch. When council gave direction to the Planning Commission, they didn't say, hey, let's come back with an inch. You said, let's solve for these critical issues. I put together a document. I want to be in your head every time you drive by a liquor store in this place, look at the beer, wine, liquor, all the advertisements there. Let's do a real study. Let's do calls for service comparison between cannabis and all of our alcohol establishments. What problem are we trying to solve here? The 24-hour guards. Listen, you know, what's interesting is you have a guard, you put him inside, you never turn on the motion detector, the Fort Knox, all the different layers of protection, they're not there, right? So what do? Stick a guy in a parking lot? There's better ways to do this. Let's do a survey of who requires this. Let's get some real facts and data to make decisions. I can't wait to hear this, okay? In January, the Planning Commission wasn't discussed. In the February industry, it wasn't discussed. In the staff report tonight, it wasn't discussed. But Friday night, it gets thrown over in the ordinance. This whole financial interest holder needs to have a business license. I can't wait to see people squirm when you say, well, tell us about this. Wait, we never heard about this. Why is this here? It's going to be an interesting discussion. Legal non-conforming. Are you guys really willing to do a taking from the property owner and the business? That's what it is. It is a taking. Of course the business value goes down. Of course the property value goes down. Listen, this isn't what the city council is all about. Don't be doing some of this stuff. Ask the industry for help. We can get you these facts and data in order to make informed decisions. You're not getting the right information. Appreciate all that you guys do, but this is a pretty big issue here, and you're not getting the right facts.
Thank you. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Karen Hanawi, and I'm the owner of Medleaf Costa Mesa, a Measure Q applicant at 2285 Newport Boulevard, connecting with Angels Auto Spa. My husband, George Hanawi, and I are well known in the planning department, but I promise in a good light. We personally were the ones to contact the city and work hand in hand on getting our application deemed complete here in Costa Mesa on June 23rd of 2022. Mind you, we're now March of 2024. And we were verbally promised a hearing no more than 30 days after we received that letter. Obviously, I stand before you today because our Planning Commission hearing has still not come, despite all of our work, our emails, our phone calls, our Zoom meetings we have had with the planning department. We have seen multiple applicants leapfrog over us in line, including the one that's probably going to come here on Monday, March 25th. George and I pride ourselves in professionalism, so instead of getting loud, we tirelessly continue to advocate for our company directly with city staff. We have gotten stonewalled to this point. What is going on, Costa Mesa? Why can't we even get an answer or an email back? This husband and wife team is still here, still wanting an answer. This has been hands down the most stressful thing we've had to endure in our marriage. We've put our savings, our time, our effort, and championed this project, not only for us, but also for our investors, our landlord, who lost tenants in the process and was just told by staff to just go and rent out his place and to forget about us. As a city, how do you sit back and say nothing? We're just people like you trying to make a living through a tough economic time. City Council, will you help me, my husband, help our property owner, our investors, and our employees? We need to get our dispensary open. To go back to Councilmember Marr's statement, that 500-foot buffer actually does hurt us a lot, because while we were, again, June 23rd, 2022, we have conveniently had 2 stores open up right next to us and sandwiched us in between, and we have not been able to go. And I'm assuming if we looked back, I bet you at least one of them has leapfrogged us. So again, we are reasonable, good, honest business people who would bring nothing but positivity to Costa Mesa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor Stevens, City Council, my name is Mike Musali. I'm the owner of High Seas and Seven Leaf. I want to address a few items tonight. The first one is the use of the word cannabis in signage for the retail stores. With all due respect, having the word cannabis in 1-inch lettering above the door does absolutely nothing. It does not fix any problems. We already have language outside the door, so someone gets to the door, they know it's a dispensary. The issue we're trying to solve here is twofold. One, to be quite open, is advertising for our business. We want people to know what we do. We do not want to be treated any differently than a liquor store who has a sign 3 times the word liquor 3 times the size of the name of the business. We're not even asking for that. We are just simply asking for proportional use of the word cannabis in our business signage. So that way, we're on Harbor Boulevard. There's 60,000 cars that drive down that street every day. They know what we do, and we can avoid parking lot jams and having folks that are under 21 try to come into the store and get ahead of it instead of behind it. The second issue I want to talk about is a 24-hour security guard. It's roughly $150,000 extra per year to have a guard for an 8-hour shift overnight. It's very expensive. We've had one to kind of test it out and see, even though we haven't been operational, the perimeter of the building, what's going on. And I've had more headaches than anything with the situation. I've had false alarms because I have to give the guard keys because they have to use the restroom, so they have to be able to have access to the building. Now I'm worrying about setting up different alarm parameters. I'm wondering if that guard's going to ever give the key to somebody else. I would prefer to have my robust system do the talking for itself. It is made, we have spent a lot of money, and these systems are made to deter crime. I fully agree with having a guard during operational hours, but after hours is overkill. The third thing is the badge fees, which quite honestly, I'm not going to get into too much. A lot's been said here today, but I want to break down some fees for you guys. Application and CUP fee, $40K. Traffic impact fee, $85,000. Badge fees, $20K. Renewal of CBP license, $70K every 2 years, $17K. 7% of gross receipts tax. We are getting hammered everywhere. We need your help. The last issue was just brought to my attention this week regarding the financial interest holder and requirement to disclose in the proposed regulation here. I'm not going to remark to the specifics of this, but I want to say that I don't think the city fully understands the current state regulations and may hastily be recommending language without fully comprehending the intent behind it. It took the state 5 years to figure this stuff out and come up with the current regulations, and I can't help but feel that the recent proposing of this language is directly tied into the High Seas 7-Leaf fiasco and catastrophic storm that the city brought down on both of my companies. So all I'm asking is that the city and city council engage with us in a proactive manner. Talk to us about these things. Let our legal experts that know this law help so we don't run into these situations and another 7-Leaf.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Randy Olson. I represent a family investment as well as an advisor to the MedLeaf Group, a Measure Q applicant at 2285 Newport Boulevard next to the Angel Auto Spa car wash that you hear a lot about. MedLeaf had a great experience with Oceanside. The city of Oceanside developed a regulatory scheme that we followed from home delivery and have since been rewarded with a retail store license. However, you heard from the factual concerns outlined by my colleague Karen just before me. We just cannot understand what has happened with our application that's in good standing. Imagine our struggle when the city has stopped communicating and we're trying to also communicate with our landlord. Imagine our challenge to explain this to investors. They simply do not believe us when we tell them we've done everything right, that we followed all the rules and regulations, and that we've been told by city staff we are confirmed to be one of the first. Based on our status letter dated June 23rd, 2022, indicating our application is complete, staff led us to believe they were actively trying to schedule a planning public hearing. And then for months, many months, we have not been able to communicate with any city staff. We're being deprived our rightful public hearings with Planning Commission for our conditional use permit. This is bringing real harm, as you can imagine, to the owners, investors, employees, and the property owner. We have hired an attorney as we are concerned and we want to take the proper steps, that we need to get the right response. We don't feel that a legal action is the proper approach, even though other companies have taken that approach. We feel by sitting with the city and the planners, we can resolve this matter. Can we please work with somebody within the city to resolve this reasonable request for our CUP public hearing as promised? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, City Council. Thank you. My name is Keith Scheinberg. I'm a 25-year resident homeowner in City Costa Mesa. I've owned sold about five or six properties within the city. Last 25 years. About 2 years ago, we applied for a cannabis business permit in my hometown, which I was looking forward to opening. We're invested about $400,000 at this point in hold money to waiting for this application to be processed. I believe that the arbitrarily and capriciously putting this cap on this ordinance and denying people that are in at least the approved pre-application stage that have detrimentally relied on the city coming out to the property, approving the property, and just keeping us out of the loop of where we are should at least be determined that we can get a hearing. I'm looking for a hearing. I'm not looking for the license. I just want my opportunity. We're in that last bucket of 4 people. It doesn't seem logical to process 30 of them and not 34 of them. It's just unfair at this point for you to do that, especially to people that are in that bucket have been waiting for so long. I do think that the way that we applied 4 minutes after this portal opened, 4 minutes. We did not have the Measure X component to it that a lot of these stores now that currently are open or have going through CUP did or were auctioned off by Measure X people that are now not part of those businesses but are being allowed to open before us as we played by the rules. I mentioned this during the Zoom call when they said the priority of the 30-day priority if you had a Measure X component to it. They said that there was safeguards in place. There are no safeguards in place. In fact, a lot of those stores do not have those people involved anymore. All I'm asking for is those remaining people that are in that approved pre-application bucket to at least get a hearing. The other thing is, in terms of free market, I believe that the stores that are modified and everything that's been opened currently are the best looking buildings in the city at this point. Anything that, if they're worried about a shop on every corner, if those shops don't make it, you're gonna have another retail spot that's gonna go in there at a high rent because those buildings have spent $4 to $8 million in renovations. So to open these shops, let the free market determine who's gonna stay open and who's not. And I think that I think the city will be beneficial at that point, regardless. Yeah, I think that's it. But one other thing too is, if we're gonna do this, at least let the CUPs process. I don't understand why we haven't seen one for a month in planning or 3 months in planning commission. It's not fair. Just get through these and let it run. Another 6 months doesn't seem fair or reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dinette, and I'm the store manager at Medleaf in Oceanside. I started with Medleaf 4 years ago, and I'm proud to be part of a company that cares so much for its customers and employees. After ownership identified me as a great fit to grow within the company, we set a goal for me to open and become the general manager of our Costa Mesa store. We were so excited, but at this point, it has been 3+ years in the making. In the beginning, all the feedback we received was positive. We were told that we would be one of the first stores to move to the Planning Commission. We received our application status letter indicating our CUP application was completed 18 months ago. Our team worked very hard to comply with every aspect of the application process. Then the great experience changed and our excellent communication with the planning department stopped. We did everything the city requested for us and we were met with silence. We then observed several large corporation applicants move forward ahead of us. The way we're being treated is just not fair and maybe not the way that the city council intended it to go. I share with you this story so that I can put the face to it. I deserve to grow my career in an industry that I love with a company that treats me well. We at Medleaf ask that City Council help us. We deserve the opportunity to go to the Planning Commission. The city report we just saw says our application is in the CUP phase and actively being processed. The problem is there's nothing being active. Please look at our file. We need your assistance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, City Council. My name is Sierra, and I'm here on behalf of UFCW and also as a cannabis worker myself. UFCW commends the City Council's efforts to ensure the city's incipient cannabis industry develops into a healthy industry, providing good jobs for Costa Mesa's residents. As more businesses begin operating, the city gets closer and closer to meeting these goals. However, these objectives are simultaneously undermined by high employee badge fees that threaten the city's commitment to provide quality jobs because they disincentivize hiring and undermine the efficacy of this new industry. High employee badge fees are constricting the industry's employment capacities and further damaging the viability of Costa Mesa's cannabis industry. If the price of hiring remains this costly, it is likely that the city will not receive the full benefits of a thriving cannabis industry, as less hiring inhibits the sector's survival and decreases employment prospects for Costa Mesa's residents. Reducing this unnecessarily burdensome cost of hiring sufficient staff is crucial to operate the very businesses that we will help the city meet its employment objectives. We greatly appreciate you taking our input into consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments this evening. I bring up the signage issue again to both make recognition as to why signs are needed and also to give a couple of ideas to the city that might help kind of bridge this gap until this can be figured out. I feel some pretty easy solutions that can help get some recognition to where these businesses are located. I happen to be a landlord for one of the cannabis dispensaries that's operating now, the Secret Garden here in Newport Beach, or in Costa Mesa on the Newport Boulevard. According to Section 9495, operating requirements for all cannabis businesses, Section 6C, and I quote, signage shall be limited to what's needed for identification only. Now, to identify a business, you have to tell the public what the business does. And I use two examples. There's a dispensary on Newport Boulevard by the name of Nectar. And there's been quite a bit of confusion with that dispensary, as that's also the name of a juice company. And there's been quite a few people that have gone in there looking to buy a juice, and they realize they're in a dispensary, and that's a problem. Our tenants, the Secret Garden, is a newer brand, more of a mom and pop brand. They're up and coming. They're not a name brand. So if someone sees Mr. Nice Guys on the side of the road, they obviously know that's a dispensary. It's like looking at Marlboro. That's a cigarette brand. Everybody knows what it is. It doesn't need identification. But when you have a newer brand like the Secret Garden, for example, they aren't a brand. They don't know what it is. We've had people come in thinking it's a nursery. So it's difficult to identify. And so when you talk about what's needed for identification only, I just started brainstorming, and the first thing I came up with is why wouldn't it be permissible to have a map on the city website that's linkable with every cannabis location in the city that the public can access and say, here's the map, here's where they're located, and have it be part of the city website. In addition, why couldn't there be a city-run website that would identify all of the dispensaries in the city, exactly where they're located, to help people identify where they are? And then thirdly, I thought, because there's 11 dispensaries that are open currently, why couldn't we have a sign that prominently displays the City of Costa Mesa logo that proudly says that this dispensary is a licensed dispensary in the City of Costa Mesa, so that when you walk up on a dispensary that has this large enough sign to be visible, it would identify to the public that it's a safe place to get legal cannabis in a licensed dispensary, as opposed to walking into one that could be a black market dispensary. It would help the public identify that you're in a safe place to buy cannabis, and it would kind of solve this, in my mind, this sign dilemma where people have no idea what these places are. Having 1-inch letters on a notice on the window doesn't help somebody 100 feet from a building identify.
Thank you. No. You only get 3 minutes. Yes.
Good evening. I'm a Costa Mesa resident, and I would like to request to the City Council that they increase the proposed distance between retail storefronts for cannabis and the residents from the 100 feet being proposed to at least 500 feet. The Planning Commission is proposing that cannabis storefronts be 500 feet away from another cannabis storefront. I'm asking that you give the Costa Mesa residents the same protection and respect. I read the Santa Ana ordinance, and their ordinance keeps the retail cannabis stores 1,000 feet from residents. So they give their residents the same protection and respect they give their schools and park, 1,000 feet. We rely on you to protect and to serve us. Please increase the distance between the cannabis stores and our homes from 100 feet to at least 500 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Mike Hannigan. I'm one of the owners and operating partner at Secret Garden on Newport Boulevard. Ladies and gentlemen of City Council, esteemed members of our community, and distinguished guests, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on the matter of significant importance to our city's future, the marketing and advertising of marijuana dispensaries in Costa Mesa. In recent years, we have witnessed a dramatic shift in the societal and legal landscape surrounding cannabis. What was once vilified is now recognized as medical benefits and a source of revenue for communities like ours. The legalization of marijuana in California has opened up a new economic pathways, and it's crucial that our city aligns itself with these evolving norms while ensuring public safety and community values are upheld. Firstly, allowing dispensaries to market and advertise is a step towards eliminating the stigma associated with marijuana use. For too long, misconceptions and misinformation have clouded the public's understanding of cannabis. Through regulated marketing, dispensaries can educate the public about the benefits of medical marijuana and responsible adult use. Education is a powerful tool in transforming perceptions, fostering a community that understands the importance of responsible consumption. Secondly, regulated advertising can significantly contribute to our local economy. By embracing this new industry, Costa Mesa can benefit from increased tax revenue, which can be reinvested into our community. These funds could support public services, infrastructure projects, and educational programs, enhancing the quality of life for all our residents. Moreover, the growth of the cannabis industry can stimulate job creation, providing employment opportunities for all our citizens. It's important to emphasize that advocating for the marketing and advertising of marijuana dispensaries does not mean we're an unregulated free-for-all. We propose strict guidelines to ensure that advertisements are not targeted at minors, promote safe consumption, and are placed in appropriate venues. By implementing these controls, we can safeguard our community's well-being and still embracing the economic potentials legalized cannabis by others. Furthermore, allowing dispensaries to advertise can help in combating the illicit marijuana market. Consumers are more likely to turn to licensed and regulated dispensaries when they're aware of their existence, their offerings, and safety standards they adhere to. This shift not only protects our citizens by ensuring they have access to safe, tested products, but also contributes to public safety by reducing illegal activities related to unregulated marijuana sales. In conclusion, the question before us is not whether cannabis should be part of our community. That ship sailed with the legalization of marijuana in California. Instead, we must decide how we can integrate this industry into our city in a way which promotes economic growth, ensures public safety, and respects the values of our residents. Allowing dispensaries to market and advertise within framework of strict regulations is a step forward in achieving our goals. I urge you to consider the benefits that a regulated approach to cannabis marketing and advertising can.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Mary Ann Orr, the Master Circle. I completely agree with my fellow resident over there that states that had we had maybe a few more regulations in line when we were implementing the measure, we would not be talking about all of this evening. But hindsight's 20/20. So I would also like to advocate for larger distances between the residential zones and the cannabis storefronts to about 500 feet. Also, I believe that the sensitive use areas right now does not include addiction rehabilitation and recovery homes and mental health recovery homes. Those, I believe, should be at the same level as the dispensary, from the dispensaries to the youth center, so the 1,000-foot mark. The other thing I would like to just say, too, is that the Planning Commission had come up with the 30-15 rule. We're already at 22. I can empathize with a lot of the owners that are here and the managers are here and the issues that they've been having going through. Why don't we just cap it at the 22 right now? The plan was to let it naturally go down to the 15, but these people are sitting there with money tied up and locked in. They are, they're clogging up the business pipeline within the city that stonewalls other businesses to get things done with the building commission. So why not? I know that the council had looked at possibly refunding application fees and things of that nature back before the holidays. Maybe it's time to revisit that and give those people the opportunity to do that again, cap it, and I'm sure that there is a public way to let people know if we go below the 15 that the city is now accepting new applications again, probably through a public hearing notice of something of that nature. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Yes,
Mayor.
yes, sir. Yeah.
City Council members. My name is Christopher Kopich. I'm one of the partners at Secret Garden off 2664 Newport Boulevard. I've managed and operated multiple cannabis businesses in the state of California. As far as badge fees, Desert Hot Springs, it's $87. And then you pay for your live scan. That's 7 times cheaper than Costa Mesa right now. I don't see how the disparity can be that big. Signage is one of the hugest issues that we have in the city right now. As being in the location, operating on a day-to-day basis there, we've had multiple instances. The business we took over was 30 years as a sports medicine facility. There's people that still show up today thinking that it's that they don't pay attention, they pull right in. And sometimes they have their kids and we have to stop them before they ever even get in the building, and we have a guard there that makes sure all that happens. But just by putting anything, cannabis, dispensary, a green cross, whatever you guys want in a good proportion on the sign will actually alleviate a lot of problems. The guards at night, so we're lucky. We have a gated in building, we can close it off. We're the only single standing, we have our own parking lot, we can gate it off. We still have a guard there all night, obviously, because that's the regulations. But our security system is literally interactive to where if someone was to come onto our property, it would actually dial into a call area. They would get on the cameras instantly with the person, and they can talk through our cameras and say, hey, you in the blue hoodie, we're calling the police department right now, we can see you. And then if anything, you're actually eliminating a potential problem is that you have a guard there, and then you have people trying to rob it. Well, if that person can, anything could happen in that situation. You never know people's attitudes. Everybody has a gun, that's not a good solution. We're lucky. We've had one call on a false alarm, and the police department was there in like 60 seconds. I mean, we're right across the street over here. It's actually not a problem we've ever had. But the difference is 10 times more expensive to have a guard at night than to just use our security system that we already paid for. And thank you very much for your time.
Hi, Elizabeth Mosier. I'm one of those Master Circle agitators. 2 things. One, as far as the fees go, I've heard a lot of store owners complaining the fees are too high. And you can call their businesses dispensaries and you can call them boutiques, but they are for-profit businesses. And I agree with the other person who had said, if you're going to put the Costa Mesa taxpayers on the hook for any part of those fees, then every other business owner in Costa Mesa has a right to come ask for relief from their fees. And my other, actually, it's a point of clarification. I'm concerned that you want to reduce the buffer between residential and storefronts, cannabis storefronts, to 100 feet. Where are you measuring from? Are you measuring from the street for the cannabis stores? Are you measuring from the front of their buildings, the side of their buildings? 'Cause some of the stores have a side front door. Are you measuring from the back? On Master Circle, the store that wanted to go in on the Bristol and Newport corner, they shared a property line with some of our homeowners. Where are you measuring from? And I think that needs to be made very clear, whether you're going to settle on 500 feet, which I would recommend, or 200 or 100, but where are you measuring from? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Costa Mesa Mayor and City Council, my name is Anthony. I'm here representing the cycling community. I'm a road cyclist. I do 100-mile bicycle races like Tour de France. I race up in Big Bear, Mammoth, Lakes, California, and I've been cycling for 8 years. Is it really necessary to have more cannabis stores? There are a lot of fellow cyclists that I've ridden with that are no longer alive because of people not paying attention to their driving skills. It's let alone bad enough for people on cell phones and texting when they're driving. But smoking, marijuana, and drinking at the same time, especially in the evening time on a Friday or during the weekends. Cyclists are human beings. We have families, we have loved ones. And I've lost 5 cycling friends over the last few years because of people not paying attention to their driving. It's not necessary for cannabis or having more cannabis stores. There are a lot of cyclists in Newport Beach and Costa Mesa, and I've ridden with a lot of them. There's a race coming up in May. It's a double century put on Ultra Planet, and it starts in Irvine and goes all the way to Oceanside and back through Santiago Canyon, back to Irvine. And we train on the roads. You know, we have bike lanes out there, but people don't pay attention. They drive right into the bike lanes, right into the cyclists. We've had more cyclists in Laguna Beach getting killed by people not paying attention to their driving. We don't need more cannabis stores in this community, and there's a lot of cyclists here. So I'm here to represent those cyclists. I'm still cycling. But we're human beings too. Just because we have cycling jerseys on and bright colors so people can see us, we're human beings. We're not some crazy people on the road trying to hold up traffic. And we have families that love us, and we love what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Lease, and I'd like to remind you of the mailers that were paid for by taxpayers that were sent out in 2020, because you did say Measure Q would allow the city to develop rules for cannabis storefront dispensaries and non-storefront delivery services that work best for Costa Mesa. When you voted on this in 21, we were not meeting in person. It was a Zoom meeting. I actually saved the email that I sent to you, and also the notes that I took, because I also spoke on Zoom. And I did ask for a cap, that you have a cap on the number, and you ignored me, and probably other people too. I said there should be a 1,000-foot distance between storefronts. There was no harm in setting a cap. Now here we are, fast forward to 24. The 1530, I think, is reasonable, or please set a cap so that we're done. And then if businesses don't succeed, I think a lot of good comments from the operators have come forward, a lot of issues that the city can resolve. Basically, as a resident, we don't want our city to be known as the marijuana capital of Southern California. We already had that happen with the Riviera, sober living capital of the world. We don't want that reputation. So please be conservative in promoting this industry, but really consider the residents. They are nice looking buildings. They have improved some of the rundown buildings, and I think that's good, but we don't want to be saturated. The other thing is, a few years ago, the X people came and said, we're not making any money, please take the 7% down to 2, or maybe it was 1. You did that. I disagreed with that. I don't want to see you reduce the rules that you've already set to recover the costs and everything. 7% is 7%. That's what you said. Let's keep it at that. And another thing I was disappointed in with the X was there's no limit. You know, you should have said it should end in a year or 2 years to go back and see if those people were making a profit up in the area. But please don't set a cap and improve the distances so that the neighborhoods are protected and the kids are protected too. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, City Council. I'm a resident of 28 years here in the lovely city of Costa Mesa. And I'm almost repeating what the last gal had to say. I like the idea of a cap. I think it's great. You don't definitely want any kind of business like that being out of control with too many. So I like the cap at 15 or 30 or whatever you guys decide. I think it's important, whatever the number becomes. Just a word on the signage that I know a lot of the business owners talked about signage. I do take cannabis as a sleeping aid. And I don't know anybody that doesn't have a cell phone. And these cell phones have weed apps on them that tell you where every store is in every city in the whole county. So the idea of having a signage out in front of your store, I don't know how important that is. Everybody has an app on their phone and they can find any store they want. When I first started using it as a sleep aid, I had to drive to Santa Ana to find what I needed. And those were all in industrial areas. They weren't near any homes, which I'm concerned about. 100 feet is 33 yards. That's pretty darn close to a residential community or people's homes. I like the idea of 1,000 feet. I think it's important. Again, I like the adoption that Santa Ana took where they didn't put them near homes or kind of put them in industrial areas. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First individual is phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi. First off, I believe this meeting is being held because there are residential concerns about the number of pot shops and the distance between pot shops and the distance between pot shops and residences. This city council tonight, and listen very carefully to what I say, this city council tonight was only concerned with speed, not the concerns of the residents. Who do you work for? You work for us, the residents. And the second thing I want to point out is I want to know what ex parte communications are worth, because Manny Chavez mentioned something about 24-hour security guards, and we had a bunch of pot shop owners coming up and talking about it. I'm going to say there's not a coincidence. So this hearing is either a dog and pony show, or you're really going to do what the residents want. We want a cap, we want a distance from the residences to the pot shops, and we want a distance between the pot shops. You guys have not addressed the residents' concerns. So, you know, I'm beginning to see a pattern here with this council. This council does not give a darn about what the residents want. This council, by the way, if they would have listened to the residences, you would not be in this position, because you were given so many good suggestions on how to implement a pot shop ordinance. You ignored it all. And I think you ignored it all because of arrogance that you feel that because you are elected, some of you unopposed, but elected nonetheless, you feel that you don't need to listen to us. This council has been an absolute failure with everything they've done. This council is the worst council we've ever had. And by the way, police chief, you can actually write 2 permit parking tickets right now, but there's no one to enforce it. So besides that, council, it's not about fees. It's not about 24-hour security guards. It's about what the residents are concerned about. We're concerned about a cap. We're concerned about the distance from the residents to the pot shops, and we're concerned about the distance between pot shops. You have not addressed any of this in this discussion. And again, another failure by a failing council. Get your act together. You guys are the worst.
Next speaker is Janet Loftus.
Janet Loftus, please, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Sean. We strongly support the Planning Commission's recommendations and would like to see a 1,000-foot buffer zone between dispensaries, 1,000 to youth centers, and 500 to residences, and also a buffer to drug treatment centers and group homes. Although we are happy to see that some progress is being made toward reasonable guidelines, we do not agree with allowing a maximum of 20 conditional use permits. 30 is still far too high a number considering the population of Costa Mesa. At 30 dispensaries, Costa Mesa will have 1 dispensary for every 3,650 people, close to 3 times the number of the most saturated city in Southern California. And that's just comparing us to the worst case. If the goal is for 15 dispensaries, then why allow 30 permits to be approved? And it's highly likely that 30 permits now will mean 30 permits for the foreseeable future, as even failing businesses will find a way to work the system and make sure the cannabis permit remains in operation. So we ask that you stop issuing any further conditional use permits and work down to 15 from there. Some will say this isn't fair to the businesses that have been through this submittal process for the last few years, and that may be true. But what really isn't fair is the way that the public was completely left out of the process when the regulations were created in 2021. The ad hoc committee that was created to help develop the regulations did a really thorough job of reaching out to the cannabis industry about what they wanted, with zero outreach to the residents of Costa Mesa. Now we are being asked to live with the mess that was created because a few of our leaders had a vision of Costa Mesa as a cannabis mecca with an unlimited number of dispensaries and pushed through a poorly thought out set of regulations. Also, we would like to see health warnings posted at every store, a recommendation by Councilmember Reynolds, and a portion of the cannabis taxes allocated toward marijuana prevention and education programs at every middle school and high school in the Newport Mesa Unified School District. As cannabis dispensaries pop up on every corner in Costa Mesa, it's our job as a community to make sure that our youth and young adults are properly educated to know the risks of using marijuana and THC. Our kids are being fed the story by our culture that marijuana is natural and harmless and even good for them. We keep hearing that these shops are selling safe, regulated products. The truth is, no one is regulating or limiting the levels of THC in these products, and at upwards of 90% THC, these products are dangerous and addictive. They are causing psychosis, depression, and anxiety, especially in teens and young adults. Heartbreakingly, we have gotten to see these effects up close as we have watched a family member struggle the past few years with a debilitating marijuana addiction, leading to an episode of cannabis-induced psychosis. According to Dr. Lev at Scripps Hospital, San Diego emergency rooms are now seeing 37 cannabis-related diagnoses a day, the most common being cannabis-induced psychosis. Colorado has had a 24% increase in emergency room psychosis cases in the 5 years following legalization. Let's be responsible.
Thank you, ma'am. Next,
Next speaker, Shell Walsh.
you have the floor.
There. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Shelley Walsh. I'm a homeowner and on the Master Circle, and this has just been a huge, huge problem for both sides, and it's really too bad that there wasn't planning. So I agree to all the people that have already stated that. What we like to ask for is that there's at least 500 to 1,000 feet of room from the dispensaries to the residences. Also, the sensitive use areas, it really should include the addiction, rehab, and recovery homes and mental health recovery homes. And they should be 1,000 feet from the dispensaries and protected, just like youth centers and other structures. It's not only right, but it's critical that we protect our most vulnerable. We should cap for sure 15, just down to 15 dispensaries. I agree that when it gets too high, it's hard when it's hard that it's late at night. Now I'm tired. It's a very long thing. Just 15 dispensaries. This is way out of control. It's taking up too much time with our business as usual for the city. It is log jamming all these other communications and channels. This is just not right for us to be able to have to go through this time and time again. And there should be outreach to the community to let us know what was to happen. I agree with Wendy prior. And the last thing is the CUPs should not stay with the land. So we're counting on you to protect the Costa Mesa residents because that's what we elected you for. And I just want to thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Culture Cannabis Club.
Culture Cannabis Club, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council of Costa Mesa. This is Devin Julian from Culture Cannabis Club. I just wanted to come and speak this evening and first of all say thank you for being so supportive of the industry. You guys have been definitely a leader in that, first with adopting manufacturing zone and now allowing cannabis into your districts. You know, I think this evening, I'll be honest, I was coming in to speak on the badging fees and the time it takes there. And initially I was going to take the position to ask that you just get rid of them completely for anybody that's not in a leadership role. Having over 13 retail dispensaries that are in operation now, there's really only maybe one other municipality that requires us to badge and background check every single employee with the city. So it is a bit unusual. It is expensive, as has been discussed several times this evening, but I'll be, the chief this evening telling me how many people that he denied, it was surprising. So I actually would support continuing to do it, but perhaps consider reducing the fees and then requiring a secondary review fee should there be anything that comes up on the background check that could disqualify them from employment. So potentially just an $80 or $100 fee to do the background check. Typically they're about $80 to $90 in other municipalities. And then when there actually has to go to a review for somebody to read it, analyze it, and make a decision, then there's a secondary fee to get that determination. And then potentially allowing, some sort of a grace period so that we can start these employees and then pending background check approval within, some sort of an 8-week timeline or something so that we don't lose these employees because, with these positions, sometimes they are lost. Other than that, I appreciate everyone's time and attention to the matter. I know we've got a lot of voices in the room, and I really appreciate, again, your support of the industry. Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Measure Q was called the Costa Mesa Retail Cannabis and Regulation Measure. I'll bet no one who voted for it thought they would have 2 or 3 shops next to their home or around the corner because we were told you'd regulate them. Senate Bill 94 gave cities and counties in California autonomy in regulating cannabis business, land use, and zoning within their own jurisdictions. 56% of cities and counties don't allow any type of cannabis businesses. 60% don't allow retail. Costa Mesa is one of 3 cities in Orange County that allows retail storefronts. Santa Ana allows 30 stores, which is 1.03 per 10,000 residents. Stanton allows 4, which is 1 per 10,000 residents. If we process the current applications, we would have 5.16 shops per 10,000 residents. Cap it at 30, 2.98 per 10,000 residents. Cap it at 15, 1.49 per 10,000. That's still more than Santa Ana and Stanton. Revenues are underperforming, which is what many cities such as Santa Ana and LA have been experiencing the past 2 years. That isn't surprising, since most of the edicts from employers to their employees to return to work specifically say, leave your weed smoking habits at home or be fired. So the rate of imbibing has decreased. The fees for background checks and badges are cost recovery, and we shouldn't provide subsidies. Residents are very unhappy with the number of shops in their proximity to each other, their homes, and sensitive uses such as youth centers. Increasing that distance is promising, but limiting the number of stores in a voting district would go a long way to reducing overconcentration. I suggest reducing the number to 2 shops per voting district for a total of 12 citywide. Capping the shops at 12 would give us 1.19 shops per 10,000 residents, still more than Santa Ana or Stanton. In terms of the signage, most of these are chain stores, and we all know that now that Mr. Nice Guy is selling cannabis. We don't need a special symbol or the word cannabis to tell it's a pot shop. I don't want Costa Mesa's brand to be a fuzzy leaf that brings to mind the stench of weed. I also don't think Costa Mesa should be ground zero for any government experiment, despite the fact it has been in the past, much to the detriment of the city. To summarize, reduce the number of shops to 12, move them farther away from sensitive uses and themselves, and keep the fees as is. Finally, protecting the public should be first and foremost in fixing these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, we'll close public comment. Let's take a break. All right, hi, we're back on the record. So before we go into anything else, City Attorney Barlow, you have a response regarding the issue of the number of votes required for a cap?
Yes. Under the ordinance, the enacting ordinance, you were allowed to establish an ordinance with all these different regulations and so on, with certain, subject to certain minimum requirements set forth in the voter-approved ordinance. You did that by a 2/3 vote. Included in the ordinance are several things which allow you to set, make rules or set other things by resolution. For example, you set fees by resolution, and that does not require a supermajority vote. I believe that the intent of the ordinance allowing you to establish a cap by resolution, the supermajority was to allow you to do something by a majority vote in setting that cap, doing it merely by resolution. The other provisions that are actually spelled out in the ordinance can only be changed by a 2/3 vote.
Do you have a citation? So we have all of this law and stuff that's attached to our staff report. Is what you're referring to attached to our staff report?
No, it's in the code. It's actually language in the code. The code says in section 9-486.
Point 6, right?
9-486 subsection D. The city council may by resolution limit and/or restrict the number of cannabis retail permits available for issuance and/or renewal. A resolution under the government code only requires an affirmative vote of 3 or a majority if it's more than a 5-member council.
Okay. All right. Does the council understand what the city attorney just said? We're good? Okay, everybody's good. Okay, so listen, here's the way I'd like to go, and I don't want to inhibit anybody's creativity or anything like that, so y'all can do whatever you want. But I think it would be most orderly if we made motions that were directed to the individual recommendations or anything else, and then we could hash those out individually and move on. But like I said, it's up to you if you want to do groupings and stuff like that. It's I'm not going to micromanage the formation of the motions that are made by the council. So with that, I'll just open it up. And of course, if anybody has any questions of staff or anybody else, you can ask those too. Anybody want to be heard?
I'll make the first part of the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
So I want us to, as part of the motion here, to reduce the application fee. Excuse me, not the application fee, the badging. So PDs is $81. We'll just leave that alone. But the developmental services part to the tune of $550, I'd like to reduce that fee in half to $225. And I'd also like to include in that if the company wants to hire someone, they can do so immediately, and they get a temporary badge issued to them. And during that time, that staff has to process will determine whether or not they can remain as a full-time employee.
Okay, so why don't we use so make a motion, Councilmember Gameros.
I'd like to make that
I know,
motion.
but just push the button, please.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. And then can you push the button? Okay, so thank you for that. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I think I pretty much said what I needed to say.
Okay, what about the second?
Part of my intent today is not only to figure out the new buffers and the cap, but also to address issues raised by the industry. So I think we're going to be doing a piece-by-piece approach, which I think is fine. But I do want to make sure we're reforming some of the common concerns we hear from the industry. So I support this motion.
Okay, so is this something that requires a vote of 5-2?
I don't believe that changing the fees does require that. I'm just checking if you would give me a second.
Sure.
To make sure that there's nothing in the code that addresses the permit requirements that would be changed by Councilmember Gameros' motion.
Yeah, take your time.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Was there a proposed amount, or was it just a reduction in the fee? I may have missed that.
Yeah, so if you add those two up, it'd be 81 plus 225. So what does that add up to?
Oh, so he would do a 225 city subsidy, basically?
306. Yeah, 306.
A 306 city subsidy?
No, it's a 306 would be the amount.
Okay. So
If you add 81 plus 225.
Can I ask a question of staff? How long does the live scan process itself take?
Kim, it really varies. So they can apply, and then it's up to them as to when they roll their prints. And we don't control when they roll their prints. And then we also don't control when we receive the results.
Right, but if assuming from the time that they roll their prints, when you submit it, and maybe Chief, you can answer this, how long does it take the Department of Justice to turn around that live scan result?
Oh, excuse me. You're on.
Thank you. It depends on the complexity of the records check with regards to the time DOJ takes. And I believe the fee for DOJ is $59, which I also believe is included in that 81. So that's what the state charges for the live scan.
I have a question.
Yes.
I think we're all looking to shorten the risk associated with hiring someone that has an issue. Is there some, I'm looking for that. Is there some report or something you can get and some average timeline that I can understand? Because I'll support his motion if I know that it's not 6 weeks before we get a permanent badge and it's 6 weeks. So how long is there a way to do that? Is there an approach that we need to change?
We could find the average time it takes to get the records back.
Get a record that's the most relevant record, whether that's the live scan or whatever, the DOJ or FBI. That's what I'm looking for. And I don't care if they, if it could take 6 weeks if they don't give you the information, but once we have the information, what's the average time to get a result?
Yeah, I don't have that information, but
know.
would it be an average because they're not all the same.
Okay.
And if I could explain the reason I was asking, because the code prohibits a business or an owner from employing a person who's been convicted of one of those specified felonies unless it's been expunged and so on. So if you had an owner who was aware that you had an employee with that kind of criminal history, you'd be giving him a badge.
Right. So how can you even do this? How can you even issue a temporary badge if you haven't done the due diligence?
Well, and that's why I was wondering if there was a really, quick time where you could say, at least let us do the live scan before we issue the badge, and the rest of whatever investigation gets done could then be completed. That was what I was thinking, but I'm just concerned about this code provision that you cannot change except by a 2/3 vote.
Oh, are you concluding that this falls into that category?
My concern is that it prohibits the business owner from employing a person who has been convicted of one of those kind of positions. If what your direction is that we should issue those temporary badges, and if we get a negative result back, they'd have to terminate them immediately, and that it would not be a violation of the code, then we would
It is
treat
a
it that way.
violation. How can it not be a violation of the code?
Well, if they're not knowingly hiring that person who's been.
Oh, so I can hire anyone that walks on I can't do that. I can't hire anyone that walks in my door and then say.
I'm giving you options here, council member.
Sorry, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm trying to solve.
I'm
a
not
problem.
arguing for it.
I think the one thing, Councilmember Gameros, I can support what you're doing. I think the thing you want to solve is you want to shorten the time and alleviate the cost for these folks that have to pay this money that sit on, and can't get employed and show up because it's taking too long. So I heard HDL was an option for $300. Does anybody know about that? Because that sounded like a reasonable thing to do.
I heard that too. Ms. Halligan, you work with HDL. Have you ever inquired about whether we could what did we used to call it? Outsource this to HDL?
So Mayor Stevens, I personally have not asked them that, but I did see the public comment letter, which you all saw, that referred to that option and heard the comment. It's something we would need to follow up with HDL on. I can say that a short phone call with them costs $300, so I was surprised to hear that amount.
Well, it can even cost more with me. I'm trying to make how come I can't make a substitute motion?
And to be
Substitute motion?
Mr.
I'm just going to make one. Okay. I like where you're going with this, Councilmember Gameros. If my substitute motion loses, I may very well vote for your motion. But I'm going to make a substitute motion that we put this specific topic on the agenda, get the answers to the questions that have been raised here, including the options to outsource with HDL, including the timeframes that we've talked about, how quickly can we get the DOJs, all these different options, and that we bring it back for a hearing in sometime as early as April.
I second the motion.
Okay. And, like I said, Councilmember Gameros, I like where you're going. I'm not saying I disagree with it. It's just I think that there are other options that might address it perhaps even better, and we just need to vet those out a little bit.
Okay, I'd like to add to it then.
Okay.
I would like.
Wait. So you're making an amendment, requesting an amendment to my motion. That's fine.
Yeah. So I'd like to add to that then. If there's a business owner in the city that owns multiple businesses, that they don't have to get separate licenses for each one of their businesses that they own. They only need one license, and using the Rob Taft example, they would be able to utilize that at all three of their stores or two or however many.
Okay, that's something to consider and look at?
To add on to what you said, if we're considering and looking, they don't have to get three separate badges and pay three different times and wait three different times when they all are the same person doing basically the same thing.
So you're saying, in terms of my motion, which is to continue it and bring it back, you want that option to be brought back?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything else? Okay. Are we ready to call? Did you want to talk? No? Call for the question. Yes.
Claire, I don't
Of
understand
course.
the motion. So is this, so Mayor, first, let me make sure I understand your motion, which I heard, I interpret as explore ways to speed up processing of background checks and badge and reduce costs.
Yes.
Okay. And then the addition from Councilmember Gameros, I wasn't sure, did that apply to employees or to businesses?
What I heard him say is that one other way he wants to make sure that the staff looks into is whether we can combine them, so if there's multiple businesses that have the same employee, that they can get one badge for the same employee.
So one badge for, right now, do we require one employee to have two different badges if they work at two different stores?
That is correct, because the employees are at two separate stores, their badges will reflect those two separate
the badge
stores.
has the store name. Okay.
But separate stores under the same owner is what I'm talking about. So Rob Taft owns the Healing Plant, 420 Central, and CMX. So if he has one employee that goes and works at all three of those places, he has to have an individual badge for each one of those businesses.
So the badge could include the store, multiple store names if it's under the same.
Under the same owner.
Is there, and so just going back to my earlier question about staff processing time or any applications, is there a difficulty for staff in managing that in any way?
I don't believe so. I think it's intuitive.
Okay, thanks. I had thought you were talking about different business licenses for the same store, or the same business license for different stores. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you understand the motion? Let's call for the question on the substitute motion. I can't vote.
Excuse me, I'll have to do a manual vote.
Okay.
it not popping up? Sorry. I'll just have to go down. Sorry, just 1 minute. Substitute motions are.
I'm going to ask for another clarification just to try
Yeah, of course.
preempt questions that might come up 2 weeks from now or
Can
whenever
you
this
vote
comes
now?
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to understand, again, my understanding of the initial, well, the substitute motion, John, your motion was explore ways to reduce costs. So that does not mean a subsidy. We're not agreeing to any kind of subsidy. We're just saying, can we reduce the cost by streamlining the process or removing steps from the process?
I think that it would be possible that we would come back. I'm not excluding that we would come back and conclude that we would not do a full recovery. I mean, that's on the table. Whether we vote for that or not depends on later.
Sure, I want to make it clear that that's not, we're not agreeing to that now with that vote.
We're not.
Because I would not support that. Okay.
Yeah, we're not. Okay, good.
Mayor.
I got to vote.
Councilmember Harper, please. Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good stuff. Anybody else?
Oh, you want me to make a motion?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
I'll make a motion that the 24-hour security requirement be limited to in-business hours, except where an exception is identified by staff.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, this one does require a 2/3 vote because it's in the ordinance.
Okay. Do you have anything to say in support of your motion?
Only that I think, from what I've heard in testimony, that sometimes the security guard is more an impediment to good business, and it's an extra cost that isn't necessary. But there may be cases where staff or the police department may identify they do need 24-hour security. So I want to give them that flexibility.
Okay.
I concur.
And let me ask a question. When could that occur at any time? So in other words, it's not just when they have their application, but if at any time the PD determines that there's a particular concern, they could impose that?
You're making me sound smarter than I am. I agree with that.
Okay, good. All right, in that case.
I have a question on.
Yes, of course.
So when we talk about open hours of operation, does that include when they have early morning deliveries? Because I know in some cases they may open at 7 but have deliveries at 6 or 5. And if someone was going to rob a store, it would be when the delivery truck shows up. So I want to be clear that if we're going to have an armed guard, that guard be present during any and all deliveries, whether it's taking in or coming out.
Yeah, I'd consider that. That's correct. I agree with that.
Did you get, and Manuel, I'm sorry, Councilmember Chavez, you were the second?
Sounds reasonable.
Okay, and is that acceptable? Yeah. Okay. So does everybody, Madam Clerk, you understand the motion? Does everybody understand the motion? Okay, let's vote.
Motion carries 5-2 with the council members Reynolds and Marr voting no.
Okay. Next motion, if any.
I'd like to make a motion to increase the number of cannabis storefront applications to be approved to 34.
I'll second.
Do you wish to be heard?
No.
Sorry, may I clarify?
Yep.
So is this just essentially slide 10, the Planning Commission recommendation of 30 cannabis storefronts? You're making that 34 CUPs?
Yes.
And what about the 15 piece?
Thank you. I'd like to add that. I would like to make that 10.
Okay.
And would the maker of the motion consider modifying that from CUPs to cannabis business permits?
Yes.
So this is, to restate the motion, so you're saying the cap to move forward and get approved would be 34, but then the 15 cap, which was said by, recommended to the planning commission, would go down to 10, so that once the businesses, you could get a maximum of 34, but then let's say they go out of business, once they get, they'd have to get to below 10 to have another application considered. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Harper, staff mentioned during the question period that they needed direction for us to enforce more quickly when stores go out of business. Would you be open to having staff be proactive when a store closes, that we?
Let's talk about
Mr. Mayor.
what proactive means.
I can tell you that the ordinance right now provides that if they stop operating for 90 days, the permit is deemed abandoned unless they have gotten approval for a 180-day period because they're doing renovations or that type of thing. That's what the code currently provides.
Councilmember Mar.
I was just going to make sure the city attorney weighed in.
Okay, so the thing about that that I just want to piggyback on, though, is I thought I heard Mr. Drapkin say that's not automatic and self-executing, but there has to be some type of to lose a CUP, or there has to be some type of a hearing that occurs, and it has to be taken by the, after a hearing and opportunity to be heard by the staff, correct?
Yes, he did say that, and that's because he was speaking of CUPs. Typically, if we are going to revoke a CBP for failure to comply and the like, that would also require a hearing under our code because that's an affirmative action to take away a permit. The code provision that I am speaking of deals with abandonment of a permit by ceasing to operate. So that's a different situation than what Mr. Drapkin was speaking of.
And we went from talking about CUPs to CBPs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of alphabets and acronyms there. You lost me, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, quick question for the maker of the motion. I thought I heard you say 34 was the cap. I see 22 approved CUPs, 9 in progress, and 4 CBP applications, which is 35. Is that?
Again, you're making me sound smarter than I am, but we'll go 35.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that
I
was your
appreciate that.
intent, was to cover those categories.
Should it only be 34? I don't know where I got 34. I kept hearing it from staff maybe that's what the critical number was.
All right.
Plus the 4 is
All right, before we, okay, Councilmember Chavez?
I'm fine with.
Okay, before we vote, I'm just going to tell you all I'm not going to support this motion.
I have a question for
Yes,
the
of course.
maker. Don, sorry, I'm not going to do that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Harper.
I can answer that.
My understanding, I'm assuming your intent is to allow the processing of everyone who's gotten past the pre-application stage, right?
Yes.
But I think you said your motion as allow up to 34 or 35, but some of those might not get through, right? Or might pull out. So would you modify your motion to say
Correct, but
continue processing anyone who's past the pre-application stage?
that's a better motion.
Okay.
Let's agree that. Yeah, up to 35. I would agree with that. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
I mean, can we get a city attorney opinion on that? I mean, my sense was that there was a distinction between stating what stage they were at and finding a number. I don't want to be perceived as discriminating against any that are in one specific stage of the process.
Yeah, I understand the concerns. I think if you're establishing a maximum cap of 35, then you're essentially allowing those that are past the pre-application and wait list. But your qualification is that those who have gotten only so far are the only ones who can come into that 35.
So if planning commission denies a CUP for one of the ones that already have a CUP permit in progress, does that mean one from the pre-application wait list is now eligible for a CUP, for a CBP?
If you simply say if you simply say the cap is 35 or the lower number that's approved with those who have passed the pre-application approval.
Yeah, that's why I was recommending 34 to the maker of the motion, because then it's not based on where they are in the process. It's just a hard cap. But it's up to you, Councilmember.
Give me a second.
I'm going to need to wordsmith all this to bring it back to you.
Yeah.
So if
Well, it's got to pass.
if it passes, yes.
Okay. City Clerk, do you understand the motion?
Sort of.
Okay, let's make sure that the
I got it. I got it.
I think
Okay.
Kim has it.
Well, wait a minute. But before we vote on the motion, who wants to articulate the motion?
As I understand it,
Listen carefully, maker and second.
all right. So you would be establishing a maximum number of CBPs issued or renewed, 35, and that would be limited to those who have reached the pre-application, past the pre-application stage, that would ever be processed in to reach that maximum 35. Once you get to 35, no more will be processed until the number has been reduced to 10. That's the
The
motion.
number operating.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I add one thing to that motion? That those that have not, that have reached a lower stage be refunded their fees.
Second. Agrees.
Okay.
Do we have any estimate of the costs on that? Offhand?
The fees were, I think, $1,500 each at that phase. So it's nominal.
So at most 15
20 grand.
times 17?
Yeah.
Okay.
Call for the question. Harlan? Did you?
Motion carries 6-1. Mayor Stevens voting no.
Okay. Next motion.
I'd like to make a motion that staff come back to this council with an explanation of any application that's been over 15 months or set some standard. I'm really pointing to the people that came and said, here's my story, hasn't gotten approved, what's the problem? Not getting anything from the city. It's a request, maybe it's not a motion, but it's a request to understand some of these folks that come and complained. I just want an explanation from staff.
Mr. Mayor, I think we can address that either in closed session or through a confidential memo.
Thank you very much. I'll
We will
withdraw
do-
my motion and let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move to impose a 250-foot setback from residential properties.
Thank you.
Andrea, how would that be applied? Is that prospective beyond current applications?
That would make anybody that fell into that right now legal nonconforming.
Okay, so it wouldn't block their
Correct.
process. Okay,
They'd
second.
be grandfathered in.
Yeah, second.
That means that the separation requirement would not kick in until up to 35 CBPs had been granted.
Got it.
And,
So
and then, yeah, it would be,
So real quick, sorry, Prime Minister Barlow. This will only apply once we're down to 10.
once you're down to 10.
Got it.
It would then apply. The only question would be, are you applying that separation requirement to renewals or only new applications?
Only new applications.
All right, thank you.
And then what that would make is any business that is within that buffer would be a non-conforming business, legal non-conforming.
Sorry, was it separation between businesses?
No, this is residents, 250 from residents.
250 from residential.
Right, okay. Do you wish to say anything more about it?
I do not.
Okay, second, anybody that wants to say anything? No? Okay, call for the question.
Mayor, please. Okay, thank you. Motion carries 6-1. Mayor Stevens voting no.
Okay.
I'll try the easiest one. We'll see if it is that. I'll move to increase the minimum separation between cannabis storefronts and youth centers from 600 to 1,000.
Second.
Do you have anything to say about that one?
No, I suggested it was the easiest because it doesn't impact any of the current applications.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's call
I
for the
think it's a
question.
good change, yeah.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion.
of course.
That a notice be provided to existing tenants of a property after a cannabis business permit has been commenced with the city.
May I ask for a clarification?
Yes, of course. I need one too.
Do you mean an existing business in the exact location where the cannabis business is proposed, or any business on the same parcel?
No, in the exact location.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And provided by who?
The cannabis business,
Applicant.
yeah, the applicant.
Second.
Council member, okay, great, thank you.
Do you understand the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, please.
So existing tenants of a property that will become a cannabis business should be notified by the applicant at the time that the cannabis business begins the cannabis business permit process.
But I mean, hasn't that already happened with all of them?
Yeah, but moving forward, I'd like something on the books that protected tenants that find out that when a planning commission hearing is called.
So do you want to,
I want them to know earlier, so it's not a surprise to them and they can be part of the process and we can determine.
right, I know, but my point is since all of the ones that are likely in the foreseeable future, they've already started the process, do you want to have another trigger that's going to happen, going forward, so that of the 35 that are going to be processed, there's some notice that goes to the tenant? Because right now, the way it's written, there would be no notice going to anybody for the next several years.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know that I will be on council when this gets revisited, so I'd like to put it in for posterity now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm
Would the
okay with-
maker be willing to entertain an amendment that it's not the tenant who gives notice, but the property owner? I have some concerns about
Can you make it?
privity of contract and
So sorry, you're saying the applicant gives notice to the landlord and not the tenant?
well, the applicant's going to require the property owner's permission.
Right.
So to my mind, the property owner should be giving notice to the tenant, the existing tenant, that a cannabis application would be moving forward.
Yeah, but then staff's in a position of trying to hold landlords accountable as opposed to applicants. I don't know if staff has thoughts on that.
We could require some type of proof as the applications are processed, similar to other things that we require to be submitted. So I think it works either way.
That either the landlord or the applicant has provided sufficient notice?
Sure.
Okay, that's fine with me.
All right, anybody else want to be heard? Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Anybody else?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Councilmember Guimaros.
So I would like for us to not allow the word cannabis to be used on any storefront cannabis signage other than putting it on the front door to prevent the youth or someone who's unsuspecting and walking in the door based on the examples that were given to us tonight. Yeah, so if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, line item 5 on page 4 of the presentation, it was allowing the word cannabis on cannabis storefront signage. I don't want to allow the word cannabis.
Don't allow it.
And they want to allow it, says allow it, so we're just going to leave it the way it is?
Sorry, but if you go to slide 12, and slide 12 is for just the 1-inch entrance signage where you can say the word cannabis. That's what's being proposed.
So is your motion, Lauren, then to allow one?
The doors.
On the door?
Just on the doors, but not on, facing the street storefront signage. No storefront signage.
So essentially what's on slide 12?
Let me just double check.
Steph, can you bring up slide 12?
Entrances will have, oh yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So a notice, cannabis is allowed up to 2 times, letter height is 1 inch.
Right.
Same font and color as the rest of the notice.
Can you,
What, for staff, what's required currently?
Mayor Pro Tem, so currently they are required to have a notice by the entrances stating that no cannabis products can be consumed. So the word cannabis is in there, but this would establish a size. It's a larger size than most of the notices, and it would allow the word cannabis to be utilized twice. And the letter height would be up to 1 inch in size, which is much larger than you'll currently see. We were trying to make the notices more uniform, but it's also more visible.
council member,
Yes,
look at me.
right here.
Can you make
Yes.
it that big, 2 inches?
Yeah, we're good.
2 inches and we're good? Okay.
Wait a minute.
That was 2 inches. All right. I know there's a joke in there someplace. Okay. All right.
Let's just call for the question.
You guys understand the motion?
Okay, so the motion is slide 12 with the third bullet being replaced with 2 inches as opposed to 1 inch. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a clarification.
Yes, of course.
Are these, so we're allowing, this motion would be allowing 2-inch tall lettering on the notices, which are limited to the doors. Is that correct?
No, it's
Yes.
something,
Would you agree to 1.5 inches?
it's,
I'm serious.
No.
I think 2 inches is too big.
but let's get that question answered before we talk about the inches.
So Mayor Stevens, right now, the Planning Commission's recommending a maximum sign or notice size of 12 by 18 inches. We could create a prototype to see if the 2-inch works. What you may find is that cannabis applicants would end up just making the word cannabis as large as possible, but as long as it meets the same font and color as the rest of the words, that would be acceptable. In size. But we're still working, it says a maximum signage size or notice size of 12 by 18 inches.
But it's all part of the notice. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's already a notice that's posted by the entrances that's very specific, and this would just create design standards to allow the word cannabis to be used twice at a certain font size.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Well, if it's 2 inches, I'll vote for it.
Wait a minute, do you think we need this change? Based on the notice that exists right now?
The Planning Commission reviewed what is allowed at the moment, and they felt that this change was necessary.
Was necessary, okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Gameros, I don't know that it would be needed to be added to this, but a similar vein, there were some suggestions of a kind of like certified Costa Mesa legal cannabis badge of some sorts. Would you be
Yeah.
open to including that as
yeah.
a consideration?
That's something, if that's what you guys want, that's fine with me. I have additional ones beyond the scope of this. I don't want to keep voting
Yeah,
on little
on
tiny.
the topic of signage, so the motion related to signage.
Yeah, yeah.
So we would consider creating a sort of official Costa Mesa legal
Councilmember,
cannabis.
can we just find out from staff, if we're trying to quicken things up and quicken the pace of processing these, we don't even have this set up yet. Not that we can't do it, but
Yeah.
just throwing it out there, would we just make up a logo badge thing and then someone sticks it on the,
Yeah, I appreciate, yeah, I don't mean to add things. I'm going to withdraw that. I'm interested in that in the future. I had mentioned
Okay.
it when we first did this ordinance.
But now's the time to do it, because I don't think it's ever going to come back
Well,
here.
okay, so I would suggest including in the motion, consideration of that for the future. But I
Yes.
think we're all interested in speeding up the process and reducing requirements.
Yes, yes.
It wouldn't even be part of the ordinance, right?
No.
No, we can actually add that to the ARs.
The ARs, got it. The 60 pages.
Need a badge for ice cream.
they have a cannabis business permit, right? And so I think that's the proof. The cannabis business permit has to be right there in the dispensary. I think that's the proof. I just think it's creating it's just one more level of bureaucracy.
test.
And
Yeah. Yeah, I
Probably-
appreciate it. I just want to acknowledge, because I've asked this before, like, staff, please step up when we're adding work. So thank you for that. I'm going to retract that request.
All right.
Okay, and then I have some additional ones I'd like to add.
Oh, wait, but we haven't voted on this one.
Oh, I wanted to stack them up before we vote, if I can do that. No?
If you wish. I mean, but I think it's working.
Okay,
really-
fine, I won't.
Really well to be
Fine,
the way we're doing it, okay? So let's call for the question.
Can we clarify what it is now?
Okay, hold on one second.
Slide 12, but 2 inches in height.
I'm going to withdraw my second. I prefer the 1 inch.
Well, wait a minute, slide 12, but slide 12 is limited to 12 by 18 inches, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't care how big the words are. Yeah, just fine.
Okay.
That's the size of the sign.
Yeah, so
Okay.
put in what you want.
Seconded by Chavez.
Reynolds? Okay. Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Reynolds voting no.
All right. Good stuff. Now, Councilmember Gameros, you still have the floor. You want
Yes,
to make
thank
another
you.
motion?
Yes, I want to ask that we make public and publish at least to our city website the 60-page administrative regulations that are currently not available for the public to read.
Second.
I want to second that. Oh, you got it already?
Yeah, there's a 60-page administrative regulation set of 60-page administrative regulations that are not available to the public. I don't know if it's written
Is that an
anywhere.
ordinance, or is that just a request?
Maybe the city attorney can speak to it.
We'd already discussed doing that with staff. I don't know that you need to make a motion to do that.
Doesn't hurt, does it?
It certainly doesn't hurt.
All right, let's just, do you want to be heard?
No.
We got a motion and a second. Let's call for the question.
It's for you.
Oh,
Motion carries 7-0.
all right. You still want to make motion?
No, I think I'm good for
Councilmember?
now.
Okay, any other council members want to make a motion? Councilmember Harper? No, you're good? Everybody good? All right, great. Well, then, in that case, we will adjourn in honor of We Fam.
Mayor, sorry.
Yes.
I did want to make
Sorry.
one other here. So this is the recommendation, move that we approve the recommendation to prohibit advertising and marketing materials from encouraging persons under 21 years of age to consume cannabis or cannabis products, and prohibiting cannabis advertising and marketing to, where are we? Marketing materials from depicting or suggesting the consumption of cannabis or cannabis products.
So, Councilmember Reynolds, I'll support that as long as it entails,
Complaint-based.
just incorporating the state law into our city council. I'm concerned about that we really if we're adding in something else, another requirement that we really haven't had beyond what's in the state law, we really haven't had a very, I'm going to use the term robust discussion about what that means. And so I don't even know. I mean, we haven't seen any examples or anything like that. So I'm perfectly fine with saying state law on that, incorporated into our code, and I will vote for that. Would you be willing to make that your motion?
My motion is the staff recommendation and planning commission recommendation is written here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't support it.
State law is the state law, so I think that's.
I can't support it only because, like I said, I can't support it only because the piece of the recommendation beyond what's required by the state, I don't think has been fully fleshed out.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second you if you want to make that motion.
Okay, that's my substitute motion that I'm going to make then is to incorporate the state requirements with regard to advertising into our municipal code. And by the way, I'm open to, in the future, looking at enhancing that, but I just don't think we've had enough data on that to make a decision tonight. So that's my substitute motion, seconded by Chavez. Let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Marr voting no.
Okay, now we'll adjourn in honor of We Fam, Dave Ketchum and Mike Leibolt. May they rest in peace and may we honor their memory. Good job, council. Good job, staff. Thanks for the public.